Welcome to the stream, guys. Connery, thank you so much for 53 months. Narrow with 57 months. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Carlos, Slipping Hippos, Person B, Zixen the Vixen, Keep Your Bilsteins, Super Planet Nublar, Lazy Sunday, Conduit, Major Alsham Little Boots, Iron Megatalica. Good morning, everybody. Regular Dude, K-Red, good morning, good morning. Guys, welcome to the stream. Where do we even begin today? There's so many things to get into. I don't even feckin' know. Wait, Ezra Klein interviewed all the gubernatorial candidates in California? I don't know where to begin. We can start with Conduit's video on Taylor Lorenz. Get that one out of the way real quick. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Let's watch this.
Between May of 2025.
This one's called English as a First Language Episode. From beloved friend of the stream and former lover, Conduit.
Between May of 2025 and early January 2026, Elon Musk's AI Grok found increasing popularity with certain Twitter users for creating sexualized deepfakes of other users' photos as a way to troll and harass them.
Very normal.
Reported that at one point over 6,700 image requests were being made per hour, affecting both women and children. Though Grok has been updated to restrict its image creation capabilities, this was just another in a long line of incidents that have led to louder and louder calls on lawmakers to regulate social media platforms and to protect the kids who use them from potential abuse and harms to their mental health. The solutions drafted thus far have been met with skepticism and criticisms ranging from data privacy issues to...
Oh my god, enough with the panic about kids using smartphones.
Taylor Lorenz is a tech journalist who has written multiple articles and made several videos about this proposed legislation, its effects and unintended consequences, as well as about the state of social media itself.
In response to this media-driven outcry, this fear among older generations has reached a terrifying fever pitch. Recently, much of this panic has been driven by the mainstream media and one man, an author named Jonathan Haidt. But although many of Haidt's claims about the dangers of young people using social media feel true, especially to parents, boomers, and media pundits,
I think the arguments she's put forward about social media restrictions warrant some dissection to see what they really mean and what you should take away from them. Like, subscribe, Patreon, merch. Now let's get this TV rolling.
Get it, get that bread. Oh, I like that music. Should I like the video? Let's do it. Let's like it. Okay.
Haidt's book is like catnip for white, suburban, upper middle class parents, media figures, and politicians who, rather than address the complex and systemic issues shaping most people's experience of the world, crave a quick fix. And smartphones and social media are a really easy scapegoat. Social media is dominated by companies that have spent the past decade putting profit above the safety and well-being of their user base. They rely on fundamentally exploitative and irresponsible business models that no serious person would argue haven't led to some real-world harm.
Okay.
What she has established is social media's dominance in culture.
I was just about to say, hasn't she conceded a whole lot? Like, wait, huh?
So makes it an easy target. And social media's main problems are isolated to data privacy issues. The result is, by keeping the most directly relevant issues of social media outside the broad framework of digital privacy, she can present unrelated criticisms as a distraction.
Those who actually study
Hutch, did you hear the news of the Mind Goblin? I have no idea what you're talking about.
These topics professionally say that the science is not even remotely clear-cut and often shows the opposite of the narrative that Haidt is pushing. For instance, just last year, a massive study and review of research around kids and technology use concluded that social media is actually one of the least influential factors in predicting kids' mental health. Just recently, the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine released a report that...
Oh no, LMFAO, he don't know? What are we talking about? What is Mind Goblin? Mind Goblin. Okay. All right.
found essentially no significant link between young people's social media use and mental health problems. Leading developmental psychologist Candace L. Odgers, who has studied smartphones and social media use in children since 2008, said that she and her colleagues have, quote, repeatedly failed to find compelling support for the claim that digital technology use is a major contributor to adolescent depression and other mental health symptoms. Hundreds of other research.
When I looked this up, what I found is that there is some debate about like how much of a factor social media plays in like mental health issues. There's like some debate about that.
Papers, articles, and reviews have reached the exact same conclusions.
Now, this is important because it's an example of something not inherently bad until it's applied. There are a lot of studies done on the connection between social media and adolescent mental health. However, she does not present the way these studies came to this conclusion, instead choosing to quote from those conclusions. She also doesn't list her sources in the description of the video, but I also have an issue with doing that consistently, so I can't judge. But it is an issue. The result here is that it is an expectation that we should trust these sources for their conclusions rather than understanding why they came to these conclusions.
As Reason Magazine's Aaron Brown recently noted, many of the research papers that Haidt cites in The Anxious Generation contain coding errors, inappropriate statistics. He relies on irrelevant or outdated data, or data collected for totally different purposes, analyzed in really flawed ways. Haidt cites 476 studies in his book that seem to represent this overwhelming case, but 2/3 of those studies were published before 2010, as in.
Off topic, but any takes on the recent annihilation of House electoral maps by Republicans? I'm beginning to warm up to like the Democratic Party running on more, like running, like explicitly running on more extreme measures. I think like it's a bit radicalizing. It's a bit radicalizing. Like if I was like 70-30 in favor of getting rid of the filibuster, I'm 100% on board with getting rid of the filibuster now. Like I was a little, I was like 55-45 in favor of packing the court. So like, yes, I think like Democrats should do that if they have the power and the votes to do something like that in the next Congress. But if I was 55-45 before, now I'm like 75-25. So it's bad. It's really bad. And I think that the next, like, I don't know how relevant it's going to be for the midterms, but I think the topic of getting rid of the filibuster, I think is going to have a lot of salience for Democratic primary voters. So I'm not going to feel great voting for any Democrat that doesn't explicitly say that they're going to vote to get rid of the filibuster. If there's any Senate candidate that's on my ballot that's saying that they won't get rid of the filibuster, I'm still going to vote for them for obvious reasons, but I'm not going to feel great about it unless they're on board with that. So it sucks, but there are remedies to this problem. Like we're not in a like full doomer mode quite yet because there's still a lot that can be done. But yeah, can we just get rid of Republicans instead? Well, I don't know what that means. Big Leafy Tree with 7 Canadian. Thank you so much. Dark Money for Dork Streamer. Anecdotal, but I have a job where I can be out of internet access for weeks and it's eye-opening to feel the difference. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it's quite nice. Yeah. Shoden Shootman, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, buddy. Oh my God. Appreciate you. Not sure the average voter knows what the filibuster is. I think when we looked it up, it was like 50% of the country knew what the filibuster was, but only like 20%, I think, could describe it in detail, I think is what we found.
Before the period that Haidt even focuses on.
Are you more in Destiny's side now then? Well, I mean, technically, like, I'm more directionally aligned with him, but that doesn't change the fact that the stuff that he is proposing are just not, that's like, they're just not going to happen. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's not going to happen. Like, we're not going to kidnap Supreme Court justices if they, you know, if we think they're not going to hand down a decision that we like. There's no Democratic president that's going to do that. It's not going to happen. So some of the stuff that he's, or like, you know, like the government seizing like Twitter as a company, like that's not going to happen. He said that was something you could do legally. That's all. Well, I don't even agree with that. Like if Newsom ordered something like that to happen, it just wouldn't happen. Like that just wouldn't be done. Not going to happen isn't a sufficient rebuttal. I don't think we should spend time talking about things that are not going to happen. So like, that feels like a waste of time to me. In the same way that I think it would have been a waste of time to talk about single payer in 2024. It's just a waste of time. It's not going to happen. So, you know, couldn't they just shut Twitter down? I don't know if that's what Destiny, I think, said something like literally seizing control over, like nationalizing Twitter and seizing control of all the data farm and like the data centers and all that stuff. And yeah. If it's an official act of the president who would stop him, he's criminally immune. Well, I don't know who would follow that order, you know? And if you were to do something like that, it would backfire pretty much spectacularly, like immediately. If President Gavin Newsom literally nationalized Twitter and seized control of data centers, his popularity nationally would drop to like 20 or 15%, maybe 25%. I don't know. It would drop substantially and it would just implode the rest of his presidency. I did thank Shodan. I did. But I would say like I'm more in favor of the things that I was tepidly in favor of before as a result of the redistricting stuff. It's pretty bad. It's not great. Like the midterms, we're still probably good. We're still like very, very comfortably positioned for November. And of course, the redistricting stuff doesn't apply to like Senate races, but you know, it just means our House majority is not going to be as big as it should have been, I guess.
On in his book. So many of the studies that Haidt cites either have major methodological errors or don't.
Packing the Supreme Court, you're firmly for now? I would say yes. Yeah, I would say I'm pretty firmly in support of it. Like 75, 80% on board. I mean, it's not a great solution. But there are no great solutions. I think that's the point. Like there are no good solutions here, but I would say, yeah, I would say yes. I'm more firmly / just, you know, firmly in favor of packing the court.
Don't actually say what he claims they do. Haidt also displays graphs throughout his book showing that digital technology use and young people's mental health problems are rising together. But this doesn't really show anything. You could also put graphs showing an increase in young people wearing baggy pants over the past few years. That doesn't mean that the two things are causally related. And many mental health conditions have always arisen during puberty, even before smartphones existed. But this false notion that phones are causing an unprecedented mental health crisis is an irresistible narrative to parents who are primed to believe that their children are in.
Okay. Jonathan Haidt wrote a book about teen usage of social media and the negative impact on their mental health. In his book, did he rely on faulty correlation equals causation logic when identifying the upwards trend of social media use for teens and the upwards trend of negative mental health for teens, or did he flesh out his argument with more? But she's right, like correlation doesn't equal causation, but like I wonder if in his book he dove in deeper than that. Original Heirloom with $2. Thank you so much. Happy Sunday. Stay strong. The future is liberal. Wait a second. Is today Mother's Day? Is today Mother's Day? Jesus. Wow. Wow.
Your call has been forwarded to
Wow.
an automated voice message.
Wow. 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 Okay. Hate's argument in the anxious generation goes well beyond a simple correlation equals causation, though critics have argued his causal evidence is thinner than he presents it. The framework he builds has roughly 4 layers. The correlations themselves, so he dives into the correlations. Dose response evidence. He points to studies showing the effect scales with use. Light users look more like non-users. Heavy users look much worse, which is one of the standard markers epidemiologists use to argue for causation rather than mere association. And then he relies on natural experiments. This is where he tries hardest to address the correlation causation problem. The strongest of these is the Brahari et al. Study of Facebook's college by college rollout from 2004 to 2006, which found Facebook's introduction increased an index of poor mental health by 0.085 standard deviations, roughly 22% of the mental health effect of losing a job. It also cites broadband rollout studies from England, Spain, and Italy, though critics note the results are messier than his presentation suggests. He also dives into timing and international scope. Haight argues this simultaneous mental health decline across many countries, starting around 2010 to 2015, coinciding with smartphone and front-facing camera adoption, points to a common cause that's hard to explain with country-specific factors like the 2008 financial crisis. He relies on mechanistic theory. Beyond the empirical case, he builds a developmental psychology argument, which is that there are 4 foundational harms: social deprivation, sleep deprivation, attention fragmentation, and addiction. Sensitive periods in adolescent brain development, the shift from play-based to phone-based childhood, the internal meta documents from the 2021 leak suggesting the company knew Instagram was harming teen girls. The serious critiques. Candace Odger's Nature Review argues that most empirical evidence doesn't find a large or consistently negative effect, and that the correlation would reflect reverse causation, already struggling teens using social media more as a result, not a cause of distress. A more pointed critique from Ben Chugg notes that in a 400-plus page book, only about 5 pages directly address the correlation versus causation evidence. The rest is theoretical framing, mechanism stories, and policy proposals. Okay. General Martok with 29 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, buddy. Keep your Billsteins with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
Constant danger from nefarious outside forces.
Now, here's where it gets interesting. There are several valid critiques of Haidt's analysis of teens and social media use. However, and this did take some investigation into the citations being used here, the Reason magazine article being referenced specifically goes into how studies on subjective topics like this can be very unreliable without insight into their methodology. For all intents, Lorenz is doing the same thing she's criticizing by not elaborating on the studies beyond their conclusions.
The problem isn't just that the moral panic around smartphones and children is total BS. It's also incredibly dangerous because it mainstreams this really regressive worldview that is resulting in legislation that strips young people of civil liberties and ultimately causes immense harm to the most vulnerable kids, especially young women and LGBTQ youth. Research
I think just on its face, now I'm not a parent. Do I have any parents in the chat this morning? I think the thing that I go to first in my mind is when you're a child. This is how my parents raised me. Now, people are going to raise their kids differently. But my parents were they ran a tight ship as far as the kind of things that I could watch, the kind of media that I could be exposed to. I tend to think they were probably a little too strict, but the idea was, I assume, that kids are not fully equipped, obviously, to understand certain things about the world. And I think the issue with the internet is, well, they're going to be exposed to basically like anything, like basically like anything. And they're not going to have somebody to help them understand like the things that they're being exposed to. I don't know. It feels very simple. Oh God, did I forget to do a Discord notification? I fucked up. So like the most obvious example would be anything that would make the kid feel self-conscious. Maybe they see somebody on the internet and they're doing something or they're acting a certain way, they present themselves in a certain way, and it makes them feel just like deeply insecure. Like the internet is really good for comparing your insides to other people's outsides, if that makes sense. And so these things just feel obvious. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too vague here. I find it interesting, a little bit telling, that Taylor Lorenz thinks that this is a moral panic about teenagers' use of the internet. That's just interesting language to me. Moral panic. Like I feel people were probably, genuinely concerned about the kind of impact that the internet might have on teens. Like that seems like a pretty good faith assumption that most people genuinely care about that. But she's calling it a moral panic.
Researchers who actually study these issues have said time and time and time again.
Jesus. Right. There's a lot of grifters, a lot of con men and women. There's a lot of fake information out there. There's a lot of bad information. I was probably 90% of the internet is bad information. And so, I wouldn't want my kid, for example, going down like an anti-vax rabbit hole. And then maybe they don't talk to me about that because you're a teen, right? And so you're starting to kind of assert independence. You're not like sharing every little thing with your parents. But I have no control over that. I mean, unless I install a device on my phone, which, like, I don't know. A lot of parents have told me that the apps that you put on kids' phones to like track literally everything they do, that there's ways for teens to get around that, which I have a hard time believing that, but you know. I don't know. There's a lot of risk there. I feel like kids are more susceptible. Kids are more easily influenced.
That things like access to guns, sexual abuse, discrimination, racism, sexism, the opioid epidemic, economic hardship, and just the general state of the world are all far more influential factors in affecting young people's mental health. But it doesn't matter because what Height is pushing feels true.
How many hours per day do you utilize AI? Well, when I'm streaming quite a bit because it's a quite useful aggregator of information. But when I'm not streaming, I look up a lot of recipes. I do that a lot. Like, I'll take a picture of some meatballs that I bought from the store, and I'll be like, how would you cook these meatballs in an air fryer? It's really good for recipes. And then sometimes with like computer, like troubleshooting stuff, it can be quite good for that as well. Nassau, thanks so much for the tier 1 membership, buddy.
Feels like the easiest explanation, especially to older people like those in the media and Congress. Height and this cadre of media pundits pushing this smartphone freakout say that there is this urgent need for government action to restrict young people's access to smartphones and social media. And that's leading to really scary laws that will restrict young people's access to information and take away their
Yeah, I switched to Claude. I switched to Claude, yeah.
voices online. No more TikTok. It's back to CNN and mainstream media for the news, and don't you dare question.
Now we have an example of whataboutism. This is a moral panic, and it's causing harms to kids because it sweeps up all the good ways they can use social media. But she also says that there are other issues that cause more harm to kids psychologically, without specifying that the level of harm caused by social media, even if it's less, is also below a reasonable threshold.
Technically, Conduit, I would say that this is an example of a relative privation fallacy rather than whataboutism, but whatever.
There's no justification for the reaction people are having to social media because other issues are worse, except for wanting to control kids' access to information.
I wish banning kids from social media and taking away their smartphones would solve all of their problems and give them a happy and carefree childhood. Unfortunately, I'm a millennial in my late 30s.
Wait. Wait, how do you know that's her birthday? How do you know that this is the year that she was born? Is she really lying about her age? No, come on. 40 under 40. 2021 nomination form. Okay, Taylor Lorenz, all right.
Really?
Oh, it says she was 35? Wait, hold on.
I'm a millennial in my late 30s.
What a weird thing to lie about. That's so strange.
Really?
So this was in 2021, she was 35. Well, I mean, technically, couldn't she still be 39? Depending on when this article came out?
Childhood. Unfortunately, I'm a millennial in my late 30s.
Do we have a date for this 40 under 40? 40 under 40 Taylor Lorenz. It's on the screen. Where? No, the fuck it's not. What are you talking about? There's a year. I'm asking for a date. It's the yellow text. Oh, this is for 2020. Oh. Okay, yeah, she's lying. She's lying. Okay.
Really?
What? Why would you lie about something that this? Oh my god, bro. This is just I don't understand this. I don't understand the people that lie about things that you can fact check in like 2 minutes. I can understand lying about things that are like difficult to prove that it's a lie, but if you're lying about something that can be disproven in a fucking 2-minute Google search, that's so weird to me.
And I'm old enough to actually remember what a cell phone and social media free childhood was actually like. And let me tell you, it was not the perfect world that Height and the media would have you believe. Your entire world was restricted to your physical reality, and you had absolutely no voice in the political system or ability to connect with anyone outside your immediate geographic area. It was an especially
you're like a child. What do you mean have a voice in the political system?
brutal time for young women and kids from marginalized groups. The mainstream media dominated everyone's information diet, and there was no way for young people to organize, dissent, or be heard. This is why you see nearly every major civil liberties group, LGBTQ organization, and human rights groups vehemently fighting against these proposed federal and state mandated social media restrictions on young people. For the most marginalized kids, social media is a lifeline. And even for non-marginalized kids, it provides a window and access to a broader world outside of a young person's physical reality. This is why far-right conservatives are so focused on cutting it off. They don't want kids to.
I take the point about if you're a kid who is an outcast or is otherwise marginalized in some way, part of a marginalized group, then I understand the value, like the intense value of something like the internet, in that it can help you feel less lonely, less isolated, less alone. I really do understand that. And I think that's a really valid argument. And at the same time, I also remember going through grade school and high school, mostly without like the internet. The internet was starting to become like fast, like high speed internet was starting to become a thing right when I was a senior in high school. So I literally like just missed the big explosion of the internet. And man, when I think about my childhood without phones, especially my high school experience, I had a very good high school experience. I had a lot of friends. We all got along pretty well. By the time we got to senior year, it was kind of cool. Like I had a graduating class of 92 people. I went to a small Catholic school. And, freshman year was a little bit like Lord of the Flies. Kids are kids and kids are mean. And by the time we got to the senior year, though, like everyone in our class kind of got along. So it felt very special, but all my positive memories, I think a lot of those, it wouldn't have been the same if we were all staring at our phones. It just wouldn't, it wouldn't. We all hung out and we enjoyed each other's company, and we all like benefited from each other's like wit, sense of humor, intelligence, personality. Like, it's just you and your friend. I don't know how to explain it, but if we were all just staring at our phones during that time, it just wouldn't have been what it was. Can anybody relate? Do I have any other olds in my chat? Then what happened to you? I went to college, started smoking weed, got a cell phone when I was like 20. It was all downhill from there. But then like I found a career in the internet, so that's just how that went.
Learn about the world around them through social media. They don't want them questioning mainstream media narratives and, for instance, becoming aware of things like the atrocities happening in Gaza or questioning the power of the 80-year-olds who run this country. Height and those pushing this social media phone panic ironically want to coddle children. They want to keep them off the internet and restrict their social connections, which ultimately leaves them less informed and naive to the possibility of a better world. People in power recognize this as the end result.
I don't have kids. I don't want kids. If I did have kids, I would be very draconian when it came to their internet use. Like very, very, and their text messages. Like I would want complete control. I would want total supervision. I would want like Big Brother 1984 levels of surveillance of their internet activity. I would not just like let them just do their own thing. Like I would want strict control over their their internet usage. There's no way I would just give them a phone and be like, yeah, you'll be fine. I just wouldn't do that. And a lot of parents did that for a lot of years, which is like why Machinima Respawn, that was not a kid's thing. That was not meant for kids. And we had fucking like millions of kid like fans because parents were just very obviously not watching what their kids were watching on YouTube. It still blows my mind to this day that so many parents were letting their kids watch Respawn, and it was so far beyond like being suitable for kids. I had a mom walk up to me when I was in Santa Cruz with my ex at the time, and a mom and two boys walk up to me when I'm at a restaurant, and the mom goes, "Hey, can my sons take a picture with you? They're big fans." And I look over, and this kid's like fucking 7 years old. And I looked at the mom, I was like, you need to start watching what your kid is watching on the internet. I just straight up told her that. I was like, he probably should not be watching this, just so you know. You know, I might have like fucked that kid's life up. Hutch, I'll send my daughters over for the summer. They'll have a blast with Esme. Nope, pass. We're good. We're good. There was a thing recently with Seth Rogen where he was talking about not having kids. Boy, did I connect with it. Did you guys see this clip? I saw this clip. I was like, yep. 100%.
More voices of that you don't need to have kids. Yeah, you don't need to have kids. Also, like, won't the world not be here in 30 years? People describe having kids, as like brief glimmering moments of beauty amongst a sea of pain. It kind of, whereas not having kids is just, it's just lovely all the time.
He said that, I was like, it's nice. I'm not gonna lie, it's nice. Like, we wake up on the weekends, it's like kind of just like take our time getting out of bed, just like, what do you want to do today? I don't know, what do you want to do? You know, like
there's none of that. It's just great all day. I'm never like, I wish I had kids and I'm missing something by not having them. I am doing stuff all the time where I look over at my wife and she looks at me and we're like, if we had kids, we couldn't do this. Yeah. This wouldn't even remotely be on the table. All the time is me. Why would I? Why wouldn't it be me? What? No, it's us time. But me and my, we do it together. More voices of that you don't need to have kids. Yeah, you don't need to have kids. Also, like, won't the world not be here in
I saw that. There's more to that clip, and I was like, yeah. But at the same time, I also do like really understand. Like, I don't want kids, but if like Esme got accidentally pregnant and then we decided to keep the baby, then I wouldn't be like depressed the whole time. Like, I could totally understand that experience and that connection with your child just fundamentally changing you as a person. And I really think I can understand that in the abstract, you know. And somebody's got to keep the species going, okay? Like, you know what I mean? Like, somebody needs to give birth to the future of the human species. Or, you know, maybe not. Who cares, you know? It's just a pale blue dot that's going to be dust, space dust at some point, you know? Maybe it doesn't matter.
This is why lawmakers have expressed support for the TikTok ban, falsely claiming that the app is harming young people's mental health and, quote, poisoning their mind. This idea that the phone is a nefarious object that might brainwash your children into becoming mentally ill or gay is echoed by people like Haidt and those in Congress.
Well, the internet for sure makes you gay. I mean, have you seen Soy Pill? Have you seen him stand up and turn sideways? Have you seen a profile shot of Soy Pill's bulbous ass? It's fucking crazy. He is a crazy ass. And I would not have known such beauty had the internet not existed, you know?
Where the prior segment was whataboutism, now we get to Mott and Bailey, the use of a defensible position to shield one's more indefensible position. Here we have the Mott, life before the internet and social media was more disconnected. That runs cover for the Bailey. The government, both sides, not just Republicans, is running a coordinated effort to keep people ignorant and to keep kids from making the world better. What that tells you is that this isn't actually about potential to harm kids. This is about keeping people slaves to capitalism, rather than individuals taking advantage of an already existing concern.
Setting aside the fact that being gay or trans isn't some sort of contagious diagnosis and young girls do not struggle with mental health issues for clout, Haidt's commentary
Well, again, I do go back to soy pills ass, but
consistently used by the far right and liberals alike to push these backwards laws built off faulty logic. As Candace Odgers recently wrote in The Atlantic, two things can be true. First, the online spaces where young people spend so much time require massive reform. And second, social media is not rewiring children's brains or causing an epidemic of mental illness. And focusing solely on social media as the problem means that the real causes of these mental disorders and distress among young people go unaddressed. We should not send the message to families or teenagers that social media use is inherently damaging, shameful, or harmful. It's simply not true. Odgers writes that what she and her fellow researchers have seen from studying young people on social media is that they mostly use these tools to do regular adolescent stuff. They connect with offline friends from school, listen to music, watch shows, play video games with friends, and they watch YouTube videos like this one. Young people use social media and smartphones to seek out information about health, gender identity, to get support. For many marginalized kids and those who don't have support in their family or school lives, the internet is a safe space. It's a refuge. It's a place to explore, connect, be creative, and learn. It's quite literally a lifeline.
This is just a faulty assumption. Adolescents are using social media in constructive ways, assuming that information is being acquired correctly and understood correctly. From videos like this one, there's both sidesism intending to put the blame on everyone rather than one side that's specifically more at fault, and there's the conflation of struggles with mental health and the performance of struggles with mental health that's done for attention on social media. The nondescript issues with social media are minor compared to the ones that are overblown by the media, and kids can and will be effectively educated by their parents on how to use the internet and social media when they aren't being observed.
Some of the top academics studying kids and technology.
that's one thing that kind of drives me nuts a little bit on social media. When I see people using social media as a means to vent about their mental health, like there's a difference, I think, between like vomiting and like being actually vulnerable in a way that's not counterproductive. But a lot of people use social media to just like vomit their mental health stuff. And on the one hand, I'm sympathetic and compassionate. I understand like when your mental health fucks with you and how that can be a really painful thing. And so like I have sympathy, of course, for like everybody who feels that way and expresses that kind of a thing. But there's some people where it's just like a constant like vomiting of mental health stuff or pessimism. Like it also drives me nuts in a political context when there are people on social media who all they do is like doom on the timeline about politics stuff. Just drives me insane. It's not like you're not helping yourself, and you're certainly not helping the people that you're vomiting on with this kind of venting. It doesn't help anyone. It's just all bad. It's just all bad to do that. Ace without a mustache with $5. The anti-having kids versus pro-having kids side are both lame. I don't like that people put down one lifestyle in the process of championing their own. I take your point. I agree. Yeah. There's no right answers. I mean, somebody does need to make sure the species survives. So good on you if you're having like 3 or 4 kids. But that was never on that. I don't know if that was ever realistically on the table for me, to be honest with you. It's probably a really good thing that I never had kids. Like untreated mental illness, untreated bipolar, that I don't think would have been great for my parenting abilities. And so it's probably a good thing that all of the people I slept with were on, birth control. Shrimp with $5. Did you see Ezra Klein, California governor housing debate? Becerra did not look good. I liked Porter, Steyer, and Villagarosa. I think you should watch it. Yeah, that I did notice that just today, actually. Here, it's actually might be here, right here.
The research.
Jesus, it's an hour and 40 minutes. What the fuck? We might watch some of that today.
You said this, quote, "We believe the current slate of concerns around youth and social media use meet the criteria for a moral panic. Being able to recognize the moral panic about
Most anticipated horror movie for 2026. Ooh, probably Resident Evil, just because I loved weapons. And that I really fucked with that trailer. The Evil Dead movie looks kind of fucking crazy. My most anticipated movie, just overall, that's kind of tough. There's like 3. The Odyssey, Dune Part 3, and Doomsday are like my top 3 there. Probably Spider-Man as well. Lord Neptune, holy feckin' shit. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very generous of you. Thank you.
smartphones and social media use that Height and much of the mainstream media is pushing is perhaps best accomplished by examining the moral panics of decades past. Each time technology and media evolve, pundits will argue that this new technology or media is fundamentally different. Many of the arguments against allowing young people to read novels are nearly word for word the arguments used today against social media and TikTok. Some people sought to
There's such a world of difference between like novels in the fucking early 20th century and the internet, you know? Like it's just there's orders of magnitude more risk in terms of like impact on the child with the internet, you know?
institute age limits on reading the news, lest young people learn too much about the world around them for their young age. It's notable that these moral panics are always pushed forward by academics, pundits, and concerned suburban white parents. Every single time, the same group of academic pundits, parents groups, and the media work together to whip up a frenzy.
Why did she say white? What does white have to do with it?
Age limits on reading the news, lest young people learn too much about the world around them for their young age. It's notable that these moral panics are always pushed forward by academics, pundits, and concerned suburban white parents.
What?
Every single time, the same group of academic pundits, parents groups, and the media work together to whip up a frenzy, making the same exact arguments about TikTok as they did about novels, comic books, television, Walkmans, beepers, and more.
This isn't a good analogy, even though in Lorenz's words, it feels right.
Some of you guys are too young to know about Walkmans. How many of you guys know? How many of you guys don't know about Walkmans? Actually, you probably all know about it because of Stranger Things. They were these big ass bulky fucking blocks that were basically the size of old school Game Boys. And then Discman came out, and like the first generation of Discman where you would put like compact discs and they were always skipping because it was fucking hella like sensitive to, if it moved just a little bit, the music would fucking skip. And so then like as the Discman technology evolved, they came up with some magical technology where you could like basically like smack the fucking thing and it still wouldn't skip. And then burning CDs, that came out, and it was like, what? I can make my own albums? What do you mean? I can put the songs in whatever order I want? You know, this is like obviously before like iPods. Are iPods even a thing? Do they even still make iPods? Are they still making iPods, you guys? Or did they stop those? Did they stop doing that? No? Okay. I wonder if anyone's still making MP3 players. Yeah, Those were the days. Those were the days. And then you could buy, so I was big on buying like a CD player for my car. Like I always bought used cars, and I would replace the speakers and the cassette player with like proper speakers and a subwoofer and a CD player. And then the CD players got to the point where you could play data. Like you could format the CD as like a data, not instead of like a music like album. And so you could put a bunch of MP3s on a CD and then play it that way. Man, those were the days. Those were the days, you guys. They're basically just Android mini tablets though. My first car had the CD player in the trunk and could change between like 5 discs. Yeah, I remember those. My parents, for my 16th birthday, instead of getting me a car, they got me a proper like receiver, speaker, subwoofer, CD player setup, and it had like 100 CD slots, so you could put like 100 CDs. And then I had to write down what CD was in what slot. And so then I would have my little remote and I would pick my music from the remote, like look at my little list and be like, okay, 9 Inch Nails is slot 9 or whatever. Yeah, bro. Those were the days. Those were the days for sure.
Moral panic is equivalent to all prior moral panics and can therefore be dismissed. The issues with social media themselves are equivalent to the issues with prior media and communications advancements. So despite your own conclusions being unresolved by this argument, you should dismiss them anyway without the knowledge to articulate why. Because there are valid reasons for concern about social media compared to concerns about the phones themselves.
Many young people today are too isolated. As the technology and media scholar Dana Boyd recently explained on my podcast Power User, kids today are not growing up in the same world that their parents or people like Jonathan Haidt did. Cities and suburbs today are far less walkable and bikeable than in decades past. Kids today also don't have nearly the amount of leisure time that they used to. They're inundated with hours and hours of homework and a growing list of extracurricular.
Is that true? Do kids in 2026 have less leisure time than kids of previous decades? She just made a claim there without really substantiating. She might be right. I've never heard anybody say that before. I mean, there's more things to do, I would say, probably, right? I don't know. The honest answer is yes, modestly. But the bigger story is how leisure time has been restructured, not just shortened. On total leisure time, the decline is real, according to a Pew Research Center poll. The title of the poll is Summer for Teens Means More Schooling, Less Leisure Time Than in the Past. Pew found that U.S. teens averaged about 7.5 hours of daily leisure time during summer, a 24-minute drop from a decade earlier, driven mainly by a 22-minute drop in time spent socializing or going to entertainment events. During the school year, the squeeze is tighter. Teens now spend an average of 39 minutes a day on homework or classwork in July, compared with 22 minutes a decade earlier. So total free hours have shrunk, but not dramatically. Okay.
Curricular responsibilities, giving them.
My summers were like nothing but leisure time. Let me tell you. I don't know if parents do this anymore, but when I was a kid, my parents would be like, "You need to go." And they just like released me into the city to go do stuff. They're like, "You're not staying in," like they wouldn't let me stay in and watch TV all day. They just didn't let me do that. They were like, "Nope, you got to go." And so I would just like, you know, me and my friends would just like walk around the city and just do whatever kids do. Like, I don't know, like throw rocks at stop signs and, you know, look for pornography and crack pipes in like various creeks and stuff like that. Or like go to like the public swimming pool, which those are becoming less common, I think, these days. But it was just like 12 hours of just walking around the city and just fucking doing, maybe not 12 hours, like probably like 8 hours of just walking around the city and just doing whatever you do as a kid.
Less playtime than children had in just recent decades. Parents are also more likely to encourage their kids to stay home and stay indoors. Parents of color especially say that events like Trayvon Martin's death and the murder of countless other Black and brown youths in recent years have made them nervous to send their children out to play unsupervised. And kids today are facing increasing economic anxiety due to the precarious nature of our economy, wealth disparity, unstable housing.
What? Kids?
Send their children out to play unsupervised. And kids today are facing increasing economic anxiety due to the precarious nature of our economy, wealth disparity, unstable housing, stagnant wages, and the ongoing pandemic, which is still killing over 1,000 Americans a week and leaving millions and millions of young people and their caregivers disabled and forced out of the workforce permanently. In fact, just 2 years into the pandemic, back in 2022, nearly 8 million children had already lost a parent or primary caregiver to COVID-related causes. Yet none of these other factors are ever discussed by the media or lawmakers. This current generation of kids was also raised in the aftermath of the 2008 recession. And while Haidt and other pundits love to claim that the resulting economic chaos isn't a factor, since the unemployment rate has technically gone down, they ignore the broader economic instability that young people face under our current version of capitalism. And nearly 1 in 6 children in America lives below the poverty
Under our current version of capitalism. It's just such interesting language.
line. These are major structural issues with our society that taking away TikTok and banning kids from using cell phones won't fix. And I think it's worth noting that the same politicians on both sides of the aisle, along with those in the mainstream media who are backing this campaign to cut kids off from smartphones, also consistently vote and rail against things like gun control measures, youth mental health services, money for parks and public recreation, subsidized meals and childcare, all things that are actually proven to help kids.
Yeah, for those examples, why wouldn't you say Republicans specifically? Those are obviously Republicans specifically attacking those things. Democrats support all of those things.
It's mental and physical health.
There are more significant issues to deal with in the world causing the mental health crisis, even though those issues are the ones most commonly discussed on social media, and the purpose and justification for trying to regulate social media are fabricated despite the obvious evidence otherwise, as well as the clear and obvious difference in records between the two main political parties. This is all a coordinated distraction so that the government can avoid dealing with real problems.
No one is claiming that these social media companies can't do better. Using social media the wrong way, especially if you're already struggling mentally, can have negative consequences. Literally anyone who uses the internet these days is acutely aware of its downsides. Platforms should undeniably roll out more robust user controls, data privacy protections, and responsible algorithmic recommendation systems. Parents also need to learn how to communicate with their children and build resilience and responsible technology and media consumption habits. As one robust recent research paper on the topic explains, social media is not like a toxin or nutrient for which each exposure dose has a defined link to a health-related outcome. Rather than comparing smartphones and social media to drugs, think of them as tools that can be used in a variety of ways. Human connection is good for us. We need it, especially vulnerable.
The stock video. I wonder if this is AI. I wonder if this is AI video. What is this outfit? This is like, I don't even know. This is like this is like TLC. Remember the band TLC? No, you don't. You're fucking too young. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to.
Kids. But there are healthy ways to connect and engage with others, and then there are ways that are more indulgent.
She looks like an extra, like in an Ice Cube video from the 90s.
We need young people to have exposure to these technologies from a young age so that they can learn these lessons early and develop a healthy and productive relationship with the media and technology of—
Dude, 90s videos were fucking insane. The youth, they don't know. Music videos from the 90s were fucking insane. God, they were so, but like, I mean that in the best way you could possibly imagine. Like, what about November Rain from Guns N' Roses? That was like a whole ass fucking movie. Meatloaf, I Would Do Anything for Love. Ice Cube, Today Was a Good Day. Fucking just amazing music video. And then Aerosmith videos. Remember how fucking absolutely lit Aerosmith videos were? Did videos with like Alicia Silverstone. And like all of their videos were like, it was like crazy, amazing, crying, you know, crazy crying, amazing crying. God, man, music videos were so insane back in the day. Sam Barefoot with 9 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. There's a hole in my soul that's been killing me forever. God, do they still do music videos? They do, right? But they're kind of more, like a lot more independently produced now, I think. But do they still do music videos like they did in the fucking 90s? Where it's like a fucking $20 million budget and it's like a whole like movie with a storyline. And do they still do those? I feel like those are way less common. You're saying yes, but I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Not like the 90s, not like the 90s.
Of their time. Understand that life is complicated. Respect young people enough to avoid the simple, glib, unfounded mass diagnosis and prescriptions that people like Jonathan Haidt and the media are shoveling out. Rather than feeding into these superficial narratives about young people and technology that are fundamentally unsupported by research, let's all work together to build a more progressive, inclusive, optimistic, and tech-enabled future for all of us.
Now,
like fucking Daft Punk music videos. You guys remember Around the World? That music video? Remember that one? Daft Punk had some really great music videos. Radiohead had some really great music videos. Like Paranoid Android is a fucking phenomenal music video.
Now that all of that is out of the way, I'm going to give my personal opinion. This is based on my own observations. I have no sources to back this up, somewhat intentionally for the
Michael Jackson, Black or White, yeah, where he like turns into a lion. Doesn't he turn into a lion at the end of that? He just randomly turns into a lion, I think. Right? It just doesn't really explain it. It's just, he just like for some reason just turns into a fucking lion. And then there was like the whole like intro. I forgot about this with like Macaulay Culkin, I think. Turn off the music and come downstairs. Shut up, Dad. I'm rocking out. Or is it Macaulay Culkin? That is Macaulay Culkin. And I think at the end of it, he turns into a fucking lion and just like walks off the set, right? No reason. It's just, you know, like, yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's just turn into a fucking lion. Which is, wait, that's not the one. Which is the one where he turns into a lion? That might be crazy. It's like a whole like minute of like, you know, like East Asian people morphing into black people, morphing into white people, morphing into, you know, like fucking Tyra Banks is just randomly in there. God, music videos in the 90s were insane. The Egyptian one with Eddie Murphy. God damn it, what's that one called again? Shit. Was that the one where he turned into a lion? There's a music video, yeah, where like Eddie Murphy plays like a pharaoh. Michael Jackson's oh god, not bad. What's the Michael Jackson album with like Black or White and Heal the World, Make It a Better Place? Fucking shit. Dangerous? I think it was called Dangerous. That was the first album I ever owned. God, my nose is going crazy right now. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Something's going on inside my nose. There's some kind of irritation. Am I going to sneeze? I don't even know. Oh man, I kind of miss 90s music videos now. Now I miss those days.
Sake of driving home 3 points. 1. Online media does affect your state of mind because even with the meta admission I'm making right now, stating my perspective is going to imprint on you in a way that reveals itself when you form your own opinion. 2. Social media's financial goals requiring audience retention will exacerbate whatever issues end up driving people to it because that need for escapism is what feeds social media's ability to be an escape. And 3. Even with my meta admission immediately prior to it, point number 2 still gave your mind something agreeable to your own opinion and was therefore likely easily accepted. All of which leads me to my actual perspective, which is this. Social media hijacks the skeptical part of your brain by providing positive, reinforcing encouragement for whatever your beliefs already are, which entrenches those beliefs to earn the reward, and the result is straying into greater ideological extremes in order to continue receiving them. The same way you can find yourself unconsciously drifting towards a soda in a convenience store because you want the sugar. If you don't have that moment of awareness to stop and register your actions, odds are you'll make the purchase before you've realized you've done it. I don't know if you can satisfyingly call that addiction, the same way it's
God, this movie. When did this one come out again? Oh God, oh God, bro, I am getting so fucking old. I cannot believe I'm getting this old. Why can't I remember the name of this movie? The fuck is wrong with me? Trainspotting. Jesus Christ. What the fuck, man? I've seen this movie like 1,000 times. It came out in 1996. I can't tell you how impactful this movie was. Was this Danny Boyle? Did he direct it? It was Danny Boyle. Yeah, I think that was like his breakout movie. God, this movie was nuts when it came out.
Fine for someone who has used actual drugs, but the framing here would imply that the use of social media for the benefit of vulnerable people is functionally different from the way described above that is harmful, which isn't to say that the people finding their own community online is harmful. It's that there's nothing policing your relationship with that online.
I don't know. Yeah, I just assume most of my audience is decently younger than me, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Everybody type your age in the chat. Don't type 6, 7, and 69. Quit. Don't fuck around. Just type your age in the chat. Some of you guys are definitely too young to know what the fuck I'm talking about, but a lot of you guys are definitely old enough to know. Yeah.
Community to provide you with the awareness to recognize when you're doing something.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, you guys. We're getting old, aren't we? Isn't it kind of weird? It's actually not even weird. I think like you're old, you're like old when you don't even question your oldness anymore. It is kind of weird when you're like 26 or 27 and you stop and think, oh my, holy shit. So much has changed in the last 10 years. Oh my God. And then you get like 35 and you're like, well, yeah, that makes sense. And then you get into your 40s and it just doesn't even, you just don't even, the years just start flying. Like time just goes by so much faster. And you just don't even question it anymore. You're just like boom, boom, bing, bang, boom. PH with 135 months. I don't even know why I'm still here. Thank you for that, buddy. I appreciate that. Hutch, do you think he went to smack after the end of Trainspotting? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one.
You might otherwise not want to, and that the community you've joined is encouraging it. I actually agree with Lorenz here that this legislation most likely won't solve the problem in the right way, but the neutral descriptor of tool Lorenz applies to social media still strips the application of that tool by the companies behind them well before it reaches the hands of any users. And believe it or not, my perspective is actually reinforced by some of Lorenz's own reporting. In an article she wrote about Zoran Mamdani last year, she simultaneously says that social media did not drive his win at the same time she calls out how many content creators and celebrities supported him. Her position is that Mamdani's own charisma and platform brought them in, as opposed to an intentional strategy of cultivating social media presence. But it's a chicken and egg situation. Regardless of which came first, they each feed into the other. And Mamdani himself might have undermined her argument by directly reaching out to content creators only a few months later. A strategy Lorenz reported about, but still used to reinforce that initial premise that it's not social media, it's Mamdani himself.
I will say though, there's something very special about being young, especially if you have like camaraderie with other people. That's a very, very special time for a lot of different reasons. But I will say that there's aspects of getting old that are really quite nice. For me, and I don't know if this is everyone's experience, but for me, I am definitely way more comfortable in my own skin. I remember being young, and basically every big social setting that I was in, it's hard to describe the feeling, but I felt very self-conscious. I would look at other people who appeared confident, comfortable, self-assured, and I didn't feel that way at all. Like all I was just doing was comparing myself to other people and just, that was my default setting. And basically all of that is gone for the most part. I guess it depends on the setting, like if I went to hang out with a bunch of like supermodels, then maybe I would feel self-conscious, but like I just don't, I don't think about what other people think about me now when I'm out in the world. I don't care. Like I fucking don't even remotely care. It's just a whole different way of existing now. And so that happened just as time got on, like as I got a little bit more confidence and self-assuredness and, better self-esteem and it just doesn't really affect me in the same way. Even with social media stuff, like I genuinely don't derive my self-worth from social media stuff. And I definitely did before. And so it's like, that is nice. Like getting older and feeling more comfortable. Having a better sense of who you are. And then not feeling weird about that or self-conscious about that. That's like it's a lot better. It's a lot better than it used to be.
He presents social media and personal charisma as separate instead of synergistic. You need the media to get the message out, and you need the message to cultivate the media. I think that additive requirement is what prevents social media from being a morally neutral tool. It only...
What am I... Elon Musk from a post from yesterday. Bitches, money, no taxes, party. Huh. It's a very unsurprising post from him, Like, I think Elon's one of these guys that constantly is trying to give off an aura of complexity and depth and intelligence. But the more this guy has shown his whole ass over the years, the more you realize it, like, he does kind of come across as a sort of primitive kind of guy. So this is like a really appropriate tweet, I think, to like summarize Elon. He's stuck in a permanent midlife crisis. Yeah, it seems like a lot of these weirdo tech billionaires are just in a never-ending midlife crisis. Yeah.
It functions as a tool when one applies their perspective, and that immediately shifts it away from any sense of neutrality, positive or negative. I don't think anything I've just said is all that far from what the majority of people understand social media to be already. But if you've got feelings on it similar to mine, rather than reinforcing them with my own agreement, I just want you to be able to better articulate your own, which is really what my whole channel is about. So like and subscribe. And then comment if you liked and subscribed without consciously realizing it.
Nice. How's your Patreon doing? Is it public? Patreon. Does it show how many subscribers you got? Esme says that I should start like a Patreon. I just don't know what I would offer. Semi-topless pictures? Is that allowed on Patreon, or is that an OnlyFans thing? Okay. Contrapoints versus the universe, guys. The Contrapoints interview with Brianna Joy Gray is like a Rorschach test to help spot like fucking idiots. And it's a Rorschach test in the same way that I think the Alyssa Slotkin interview was a Rorschach test. When I watched the Alyssa Slotkin Breaking Points interview, I feel like I'm watching a grown-up making a lot of effort to be composed as they're being questioned by like preteens. That's my read of that. There's like a grown-up and then there's two like preteens that are like, oh, you like this? What about this? Like really dumb kind of if A then B kind of stupid logic. And the Contrapoints Brianna Joy Gray interview was to me like very similar, because Brianna Joy Gray, I feel like during that interview definitely gave off the vibes that I assume that in that moment, Brianna Joy Gray felt like she was like crushing it. Like I feel like during that interview with all the stupid fucking points that Brianna was making, internally she was like, yeah, I just fucking nailed her there. But my read of that interview is much, much different than that. I see Contrapoints very similarly to Alyssa Slotkin. Staying, like, obviously making an effort to stay calm and composed and practice patience with a child. That's what that felt like. But on social media, the lefty squad, the lefty ecosystem, was treating that interview with Brianna Joy Gray as like, it was like, oh, this was like so bad for Contrapoints. And it's just such an interesting Rorschach, you know. Peace go, you guys. Oh dear. It is kind of funny to me that like I ended the conversation with Pisco a few days ago, and I ended it by saying like, listen, I ended it by asking him to just think about the ways that he wants to challenge me in certain moments and just like take it down a notch. That's what I ended the conversation with. Just like, it's fine if you want to jump in and say that you think my argument is bad or you think it could be better or whatever, like, but just take it down like 3 notches. And then it was like he was like right back to jumping on Twitter and then unpacking the centrist debate. You know, not a centrist, just a self-described moderate Democrat who is pretty center left and would be considered moderate in a blue state.
Re-entering. And so I think that in Texas, it's kind of, we've already been conditioned.
Fishy, what's up, buddy?
To deal with these kinds of things. So we're more used to it, which is why I think Texas Democrats are a lot more unique than like broad scale Democrats.
Yeah. Texas left, just learned that term in there.
Texas left, yeah.
So you think if you moved to a different state, you'd be more center?
Probably, yeah. I think, and I mean, I'm pretty center left now. But I feel like if I moved to, you know, New York or California or, you know, Oregon, almost definitely I'd be considered like moderate.
Happy Mother's Day. Proud mother of pets. Fucking nailed that one.
Moderate, but here in Texas, I feel like I'm pretty progressive for the state government that we have here.
Pisco says, not a centrist. Oh, I think I already read that. And then Olivia said, it's funny you're digging through probably hours and hours of footage of me trying to find some kind of gotcha to make me look like an evil centrist ghoul. Touch grass, please. This is so weird of you. Damn. I know this clip is about you, but this dispute has nothing to do with you. I literally think the centrist Dems are based. I'm a Biden bro, not disparaging you. Wait a second. I actually do believe him here. I actually think like this is not about like trying to slap her with a label of an evil centrist. This is literally just Pisco stuck in a loop on a debate, just hammering a particular point. So I actually think that is what's going on. I also understand why Olivia feels probably like targeted and attacked. It's my bad. I never should have, in our conversation, I didn't articulate myself well enough. When I said that centrist and moderate have a lot of overlap, they're somewhat synonymous. I didn't expand on that in the moment. What I should have said was, what sets them apart is I think that centrist in our spaces is more of a pejorative than moderate. And I might have said that during the conversation. I don't really remember. But it feels like Pisco's looping on this one. I'm going to shave my nose real quick because my nose is like, I don't know what's going on with my nose, but can't stop itching my nose. Let me go shave my nose real quick. It'll take me 2 seconds. It'll take me less than a minute. I'll be right back.
My parents think you're an anti-Semite. My parents do. Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of explaining to them that that's not the case.
Oh my God, dude. Maybe you should do a better job explaining to your grandparents. It's like, what the he's too liberal with the zapping. Jenk's parents were first cousins. He admitted it on a TYT episode. Is that true? Yes, Jenk Uyghur has publicly said that his grandparents, not his parents, were first cousins. Well, that was probably pretty normal back in the day. How risky is it to have a baby with your first cousin? I'm just asking for a friend. Let's watch this CNN segment on a bill that would condemn both Hassan and Candace Owens.
Across the political spectrum, we have seen a rise of anti-Semitism, especially on social media, and a lot of it.
It is a bipartisan bill co-sponsored by Republican and a Democrat. Josh Gottheimer, I think, is the Democrat. Mike Lawler, I think, is the Republican.
At the voice of people like Hassan Piker and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, among others, who are promoting anti-Semitic hate speech, who continually seem to engage in longstanding anti-Semitic tropes, and we are pushing back against it. I did
oh, it's so much better. So much better. My nose is so much less itchy. Thank Christ. That was driving me insane. Okay. I don't even remember what the fuck we were talking about. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Oh, the Pisco thing. Can we go over the AOC discourse? Yeah, I mean, yeah, we should. We should, definitely, 100%. There's a lot to talk about with AOC, I think. Her comments on Marjorie Taylor Greene angered a lot of people in the online left. She also, I honestly think, like, she seemed to heavily imply that she was running for president. That's just how I took that. I don't know how you guys took that. Hutch, the distinction should be centrists specifically want to work with the right. Moderates just have more middle of the spectrum positions. Yeah, I think you're kind of touching on it. Yeah. I think I agree with you there. I take centrist to mean someone who is like, I think the term centrist communicates like a collaborator. Am I wrong about that? Like centrist to me seems like reserved for people that you want to kind of insinuate or accuse of enabling Republicans, like collaborating with Republicans. Michael Hatchtube with $5. What are otherwise morally normal people? Why are otherwise morally normal people still on Twitter? I don't get it. What's the upside? Twitter is still a place that drives a lot of the online political discourse. And so if you're not on Twitter, then it feels like you're missing out on, I mean, and the discourse is completely fucked. It's like totally fucked, completely broken. Also, I think like when I hear the term centrist, to me, it's like, it's more about someone who thinks that it's a virtue unto itself to do things slowly. Like a centrist is someone who is not, who's like principally an incrementalist, someone who thinks that things should not change very quickly, if at all. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not pro incrementalism in the sense that I think that everything should be done incrementally. I just think that incrementalism is a natural sort of thing that happens, and I don't hate it. I don't think it's bad, because it's like, in the same way that I don't think like the moon is bad or the sun is bad. Like incrementalism is just a natural sort of byproduct of our kind of democracy, which makes it pretty difficult to do big changes. Like you have a high threshold to do like really big things. But a centrist might be an incrementalist principally. Like they might say, well, we have to slow things down. Like things can't happen too fast. Mr. Beast just released a video and used that description for conservative. Have you seen Moonfall? The moon is definitely evil. Moonfall fucking sucks, man. Paul Cosmo, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Shut up about the sun, centrist. Dazvidani with $2. The Marjorie Taylor Greene AOC wars have begun on Twitter. It's literally just about Israel. That's all this is. It's all it is. It's just Israel. That's it. That's how we explain this. Some people are like, well, let's just watch this clip.
You know, and I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places where, certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at
subtext. There's Tucker.
The context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions.
This was basically Contrapoints, her argument.
And where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
This one got a lot of people talking. Ryan Grimm was sticking up for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think I saw a bunch of, if I dive into the replies to this. So the first one is from Jenk. This is just terrible. She sounds just like the establishment. She's attacking an opponent of Israel as an anti-Semite. This is exactly what Israeli supporters want. Split the anti-war movement and the critics of Israel's genocide. Deeply counterproductive and selfish. What a lot of people were saying on Twitter, which is, I think, a fair thing to point out. It's crazy for somebody to say that Kamala Harris was wrong to do 2 campaign stops with Liz fucking Cheney. Just crazy. If you're then going to turn around and welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene with open arms. But it's not crazy when you understand why they're doing this. Like why they're making that special carve out for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. And it's literally just Israel. That's all it is. Like Ryan Grimm says, Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and to defend the survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. And then Mehdi Hassan said, the problem with this argument, Ryan, is that Liz Cheney also sacrificed her political career to stand up to Trump and took far more shit for it from both right and left than Marjorie Taylor Greene. I can't stand Liz Cheney, and I don't think Harris should have campaigned with her so much. Okay, Mehdi Hassan, Jesus fucking Christ. What? Come on, man. He's such a mixed bag, Mehdi Hassan. God damn it. He's like the best interviewer alive. And then he says stuff like this. It was 2 campaign stops, Mehdi. It was 2 campaign stops. It was literally 2 campaign stops. Michael Hatchtube with $5. This is what you FOMO if you left Twitter. I'll say this. When the day comes where I finally retire, and I don't know when that's going to be because I like doing this shit. I want to keep doing this for like years, you know. But when the day finally comes where I retire, I'm 99% sure I'm going to delete social media from my phone and just like not look at any of it. But I think we got a ways to go before that day comes. Cadesco with $20. Stop defending Pisco on this, whether he thinks he's right or not. He's effectively using Olivia's own videos to justify Taylor's attack on her. You can't use videos of a person's own words and say this isn't about you. I'm not I take issue with Pisco in the way that he's doing like all this stuff, and I told him that to his face, but I genuinely do. Like, I have had so many collective hours of conversations with Pisco at this point that I do think I have a decent sense for how his mind operates. And I don't think like the recent stuff that he's doing has anything to do with Olivia or even Taylor's argument at this point. I think when Pisco sees an argument that he thinks is bad, it drives him insane. Like way more than the standard kind of online social media political commentator. Like we all do that, I think, to a certain degree. If you cover politics and you do debate, there's something about bad arguments that kind of drive you a little nuts. I'm like that, you know, I'm like that. Like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard, like that was like my 9/11. Because I just saw nothing but just like horrible takes. Just 99% of the takes on social media were horrible, and it just drove me insane. But I think for Pisco, it's especially like it really drives him fucking insane. I think that more than like accusations of him like grifting for the left or whatever. I don't think it's that complicated. I think for him, he is just wired in a way where he cannot like let bad argument, something that he perceives to be a bad argument, he cannot let it go. He just like has to throw the kitchen sink at it. All right, Mehdi Hassan. I can't stand Liz Cheney, and I don't think Harris should have campaigned with her so much, but I just wonder why we can't be consistent on this stuff. You don't have to wonder, you know, it's obvious what this is about. Pondering says, precisely, for what it's worth, I believe our general policy should be to use any right-winger who breaks from Trump against him. Cheney, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker, Dave Smith, etc. There's no rational basis to build bridges with Marjorie Taylor Greene, but not Cheney, who sacrificed far more, far earlier. It's just Israel. That's literally it. It's just Israel. For the pro-Palestine online left, for the super anti-Israel crowd, you have to understand that like right now represents a pretty significant inflection point in American politics because Israel has enjoyed broad support from both the political apparatus and the electorate for decades. And especially for longtime advocates for Palestinians, they see this moment as like, strike while the iron's hot. There's blood in the water. The public opinion has shifted so massively away from Israel, especially in the last like couple of years. It was already in a downward trend, but post October 7 just made that trend even more of a decline, more of a steep decline. Keep telling yourself that, sweetie. I don't even, wait, what? I'm using Destiny's definition of snarking, or are you having a different conversation in there? And so like the fact that you have mainstream political pundits and politicians that are now openly speaking out against Israel for the long time kind of advocates for Palestinians, they see this and they're like, holy fucking shit. We got to fucking pounce on this. And so for a sitting member of Congress, especially a Republican, a former congressperson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is she still serving or did she retire early? She's unemployed. She retired. Okay. That's crazy. She actually ended her term early. That's wild. For them, it's like, oh, like we gotta we gotta jump on. Is what I'm saying making sense? It's not that complicated. You guys aren't dumb. But that's it. That's the only reason. I mean, they think that Kamala campaigning with Liz Cheney meant that Kamala was like a secret conservative, and they just had nothing but scorn and contempt for Kamala for making that decision to do 2 campaign stops with Liz fucking Cheney, who, despite whatever you think about her politics or her prior conduct, Liz Cheney willingly, knowingly sacrificed her political career and bucked the party in ways that 99.9% of Republicans have not done. And so I do respect that. I do. I have respect for that. That's sacrifice. That's a very real sacrifice. That couldn't have been an easy decision. And I respect that. In the same way that I respect Mitt Romney for breaking from Trump in the same way. In the same way that I respect Adam Kinzinger from breaking with Trump. Ben Sass to a lesser degree. I respect that. You know? But it's just about Israel. That's it. That's it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I mean, I like Josiah's logic here. There are ways to exploit Republican defectors in ways that like benefits Democrats politically, but that doesn't mean that you should assign good faith to these people. It doesn't mean that you should like genuinely welcome them into the coalition as if they haven't demonstrated 1,000 times that these people are just not to be trusted. They've shown their true colors many, many times. Marjorie Taylor Greene has shown her true colors as a fucking like a just straight up anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. Tucker Carlson, we know who he is. We know what this man is about. He's been more or less the same contemptible person with just explicitly racist and bigoted attitudes. He's been that same person for 2+ decades. Just unambiguously pretty much like a white nationalist. But like, why would you trust these people? You can exploit them, that's fine, but like welcoming them and being like, oh, you know, this person could be a real like valuable coalition partner. Like, what are you talking about? This is kind of like the conversation with Taylor Lorenz and like the Pisco debate, where it's like once somebody shows that they're bad faith in a debate, then I'm like, you proceed differently. Once somebody shows themselves to be dishonest or bigoted, you can proceed, like, keep them at arm's length. You know what I mean? Like, but it's all just about Israel. That's all this is. They're willing to all of a sudden just flip the switch and just have the most charitable reads on everything that Marjorie Taylor Greene says, because she's just outspokenly anti-Israel, and that's it. You know, that's all it is. It's literally it. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's literally it. Watch 5 gifted subs as a bet that Marjorie Taylor Greene will run again and use going against Trump to support her next campaign. I don't think she'll run for the House. My fucking nose is just so itchy today. I don't think she'll run for the House. If she runs for office again, and I think she will. Like, I think she's running for president, guys, just so you know. I think that's what she's teeing up. I think she's for sure going to run as president. She definitely wanted to run for Senate. And then Trump dissuaded her. But, you know, she was like the single highest fundraiser in the entire Republican Party, you guys. You guys understand that she was a donor powerhouse. We all laughed at her because she's just a ridiculous person who's just like really profoundly stupid and conspiracy brained. But meanwhile, in Republican Party politics, she was pulling in the most donor funds. Like, she was the highest fundraiser, except for, I think, McCarthy in the Republican Party. So I guarantee you, she feels emboldened and to seek like higher office. And so I think it's just a matter of time before she announces that she's going to run in 2028. I don't think she has much of a shot. But honestly, it's not impossible. It's not out of the realm of like completely plausible. You know, like it's possible. Like, I don't know what the odds are, maybe 10% or 5%, but I wouldn't necessarily bet my life that she could never win the Republican nomination. But she's just really, she does not have the same kind of like charisma. I don't think Donald Trump is charismatic, but I'll just accept the label because I understand that a lot of people are drawn to him. She does not have the same kind of charisma as Donald Trump. She like, when she's on camera, she doesn't have very good camera presence. Like, she just doesn't have like it, you know what I mean? M. Jacko with 99 months. Oh my feckin' God. Thank you so much. That's a 99-month streak on Twitch. Thank you. Isaiah with $5. I'm making a video series on the 2020 election in January 6th. If you ever want some content to watch, just posted part 1. Interesting. Isaiah. That's an interesting way to spell that name. D. Whitney.
The single largest criminal investigation.
You might take a look at this one of these days. One of these days. Thanks for putting that on my radar. All right, let's get to the Contrapoints situation. The online left think that Contrapoints, they're accusing her of being drunk during this conversation. They're saying, like, why is she slurring her words so much? She sounds like she's on drugs. They think she got dog walked by Brianna Joy Gray. They think this was an embarrassing performance from Contrapoints. And again, it is one of those Rorschach tests because I don't know how we could have watched the same video if you think that Contrapoints got dog walked in her conversation with Brianna Joy Gray. I really don't understand how somebody could think that.
She absolutely crashed out following her appearance on the Bad Faith podcast.
No, I'm aware. So by the way, I'm aware. She's not drunk. She has an admitted drug problem though, probably barred out. I'm familiar. So she's talked openly about having addiction issues, related issues. She seems to indicate that she's familiar with recovery speak. So I just assume that she's been to like AA meetings or NA meetings. That was the impression that I got. I could be wrong about that. And I think the left is weaponizing that. Like her own admission that she's had drug problems or substance abuse problems, I should say. It's like kind of ableist to me in a way. Does that make sense? Is it ableist to weaponize someone's like self-admitted substance abuse issues in this kind of way to sort of try to discredit them? Do we think of addiction as a disability? Like, I don't know. Maybe that language doesn't apply, but yeah.
Hosted by Brianna Natalie when Contrapoints. She absolutely crashed out following her appearance on the Bad Faith podcast.
Also, this is a crash out? What does crashing out even fucking mean anymore, you guys?
By Brianna Joy Gray. And again, we're going to watch some clips here, but just to set the stage, you can just see this crash out. So the clips were posted yesterday. The interview was published yesterday. And last night, Natalie posted this absolute screed, totally crashing out on.
What is this language? What do these words mean anymore? It's like a 4-tweet thread. And he said he's describing it as an absolute screed. Like, my dude, it probably took you 30 seconds total to read the entire thread. Do I even know what the word means? Screed definition. With arms wide open, not creed. Under the sunlight. A long speech or piece of writing. Typically one regarded as tedious. This whole thread probably took about 20 seconds. I'm going to read the whole thread and we'll time how long it took. He's calling a screed. You know what? There's one Creed song that I kind of like. I want you guys to guess. There's one Creed song where I'm like, okay, that one's pretty good. And I hate literally every other song. Not My Own Prison, no. But I do remember that was like their first big single. I'm old enough to remember listening to the alternative rock radio station in the late 90s when that song came out. No, I don't think any of you guys have. Not Higher. No, I don't like that one. Not Arms Wide Open. Nope. Nope. Yes, Vlad the Impaler. My Sacrifice. It was the fucking WWF montage that came out, and then they used that song as the background. When you are with me, I'm free. I'm careless, I believe. All right, I'm gonna time this, guys. We're gonna test his rhetoric that this was a screed. Okay, I'm gonna time it. All right, I'm gonna hit start. Boom. So Brianna Joy Gray, Jill Stein voter, invites me on her podcast, Bad Faith. My friends tell me don't do it. Bad Faith is known for being bad faith. I say I'll do it anyway because 1, losing debates to bad faith people is an integral part of my artistic process, and 2, I'm frustrated that most leftist influencers won't even talk to me like a human being. They just treat me as a discursive object they can disingenuously accuse of genocide for views and clicks. So I appreciate the opportunity to actually discuss. I do the podcast, lose the debate as usual. Fine, Brianna is smart, like 10 times smarter than male leftist influencers who get 100 times the recognition she does. Typical. She's personable, even invites me to hang out later. I think, like a dumbass, maybe this can actually be productive. But then today she posts a bunch of stupid dunk clips on Twitter, notably this one where she misrepresents my claim that abandoned Harris protest voters are far left by Democratic Party standards as a claim that not supporting genocide is far left. I point out that this is a blatant misrepresentation and she blames her producer. Then I look up the title of the episode and, okay, that was a minute. It was a minute and 3 seconds. It took me a fucking minute to read this thread. And this is what he's calling a screed. Fucking guy.
Twitter. She says, so Brianna Joy Gray, Jill Stein voter.
Static Hair with $5. Can you white pill me on the midterms after the Supreme Court gutted the VRA and the Virginia Supreme Court struck down the redistricting map? I feel pretty hopeless. Well, I don't know what pollsters you follow on Twitter, but the white pill is that the Democrats are now positioned to end up with more realistically between like an 18 and 23 seat majority instead of a 35 seat majority. But I would also say it could still be more than that because Donald Trump continues to get less and less popular. And so if a president is as unpopular as Trump is headed, like his popularity is headed, they can't fix their problems with gerrymandering. You can't gerrymander your way out of like a D plus 10 or a D plus 15 like national climate. And then the other white pill would be that I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Democratic candidates in 2028 and the Democratic Party broadly. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them to, if we get a trifecta in 2029, to get rid of the filibuster and pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and do, maybe a public option, paid family leave. Like, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to abandon altogether any kind of effort to do bipartisan legislation. Like, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Democrats to just go. Take power, use the power, go. Like fix partisan gerrymandering, because I think that is how this story ends, one way or another. I don't know how we get there, but I think like the only way this can be remedied is by adopting a national standard or codifying a national standard of nonpartisan gerrymandering, nonpartisan redistricting. That's how you fix this problem. And that I think the Dems are there's going to be a lot of pressure on those candidates to commit to ending the filibuster and just doing that. And so, unironically, if we don't get a trifecta the next presidential election, abolish the filibuster and pass independent election mandate, Dems are screwed, to be honest, especially with the census. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. It's pretty bleak unless they do something about it. But like, you can't gerrymander your way out of this. Like what you're looking at on the screen right now, in G. Elliott Morris's aggregate, Donald Trump is now 36.8% in the aggregate. Pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad. And it hasn't plateaued yet. It's still going down. So I wouldn't worry too much about the midterms just yet. I would not worry too much about that just yet. There's plenty of reasons to be like vigilant and alarmed and worried about the future, but just take things one step at a time. Like, the next thing that we have in front of us is the midterms. Let's just get past that and then really start pressuring the Democratic Party to signal loud and clear that they're going to get rid of the filibuster and ban partisan gerrymandering. Yeah. What pollsters do you follow? A lot. I could try to make a list of all, go through all my followers or follow people that I follow and put together a list, but I follow like probably 100 or 200 people that do poll analysis, that report polls, that conduct polls. Like I follow a lot of pollsters. Some people accuse me of being too attached to polls, but I think they're very useful in evaluating like the current situation. JB is already signaling. Do you have a clip? JB Pritzker is signaling getting rid of the filibuster. Is that what you're saying? I mean, Obama is signaling that we should get rid of the filibuster. So like, I think that we have tools at our disposal that we can use to address this issue. So I just, now is not the time for despair. If you do, like, listen, we're all human beings, and if you do have a day where you're feeling completely hopeless, I think what you should do on those days is put the phone down. Play a game that you really like, spend time with someone that you really like, do some hobby that you really like. If you're feeling actual despair, you should probably get off the internet for like a few days. It's bad. It's not good. I would say it's even very bad, but not a good reason to despair. Where's the video that he did with Laksha? I'm not seeing that. If you have a link for the Laksha video. Mr. Chief, with $10, you and Pisco simply need to communicate, plan. You had a prosecutorial approach of showing discrediting info, one after the other. He had a structural approach showing her argument internally fails. No, I take your point. Yes, I think you're right. I guess maybe I thought that I didn't have to communicate what was happening because it should have been pretty clear. I think that I had a particular train of thought that I was going down. Young one with 7 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Invites me on her podcast, Bad Faith. My friends tell me, don't do it. Bad Faith is known for being bad faith. I say I'll do it anyway because, one, losing debates to bad faith people is an integral part of my statistics process. And two, I'm frustrated that most leftist influencers won't even talk to me like a human being. They just treat me as a discursive object. They can disingenuously accuse of genocide for views and clicks, which, first of all, I don't think I've seen anyone accuse Natalie of committing a genocide. Like, I've heard people.
I don't know if that's what they just treat me as a discursive object. They can disingenuously accuse of genocide for views and clicks. I think what she's obviously saying here is like enabling a genocide, which if you go into any of Contrapoints tweets, like basically any of them, you'll find no shortage of online lefties accusing her of being like a pro-Zio shill that covers for genocide or whatever. Hassan called her genocide heir. Hassan Piker called Contrapoints a genocide heir.
People criticize her weird, mealy mouth statement about Israel's genocide. I don't think I've seen anyone actually accuse Natalie herself of committing a genocide.
They're being pedantic here. Also, it's funny how people call that thing that Contra wrote on Instagram, like the 4-part like thing that she wrote. It's funny how people call that her Israel-Palestine statement, but that really was not a statement about Israel-Palestine. That was about the 2024 election and the online left. Like, she wasn't giving a statement on Palestine. She was pointing out the baffling logic of helping Donald Trump win an election, and explored why she felt like that particular kind of activism that they were doing was just did more harm than good. It just made things across the board worse. And so it's just like, but anyways, it's not surprising to me that he says that that statement that she gave was mealy mouthed. I'm just starting to think that these two are not very bright, is my sense of things. I don't know if they really think about things. Do you know what I mean? What's the word I'm looking for? I feel like there's probably 20 different words, but there's a difference between, like, let's say you're having an exchange with someone, and the person that you're having an exchange with, maybe you disagree, maybe you're just bouncing off of each other, maybe you're debating, but there's a difference between actively listening to what the person is saying, taking that in, actually thinking about it, allowing yourself to be maybe challenged in a particular way. Like that, I think, is good, healthy communication. And then instead of that, sometimes you'll be having a conversation with someone, and what they're doing is they're like, as the other person is talking, they're kind of up in their head going to the different NPC dialogue trees. Like they're not really, like Brianna Joy Gray was like a perfect example of this in her conversation with Contrapoints. It's not about the substance of what you're talking about. It's just about not giving an inch. There are some people in conversations where you can tell they're really dug in, and their whole process internally is about making an effort to not give the other person a single inch. Don't concede anything. It's like even the language is like, don't make any concessions. I don't know if that's just being ideologically rigid. I don't know if that's quite the thing that I'm going for here. There has to be a more general sort of word that I could use to describe this phenomenon. You're in debate mode rather than having a honest exchange of ideas. They're kind of like that. Like I find these two to be really just intellectually lazy. I don't think they like actively think about these things. Do you know what I mean? They're just kind of going on autopilot. Like Natalie said a thing and it's Natalie, so it must be bad. And do you know what I mean? Like they work backwards from there. Well, Natalie is like unreasonable and hysterical and bad faith or whatever negative. So they start from, and they're just like, therefore, like everything that Natalie says must be stupid. And so they're just so internally they process everything she's saying is just easily dismissible and stupid. But they're not actually listening to the things that, like that whole space. They do this just constant. I think everybody does this to a certain degree at various points. You know, it's a very human thing to do, to like make assumptions about people and be dismissive at times, but I just think that they do it to such an extreme degree. And it's just endemic to that whole space. Like when I read Contrapoint's statement on the 2024 election and the online left and Palestine and all that, it was just so clear to me what she was saying. Like the crux of what she was saying is, you guys threw the baby out with the bathwater. And the situation in Gaza just got worse anyways. And so she just struggles with understanding the logic of that kind of electoral strategy, because it's absurd. Because it's fucking absurd. And yet so many people, when they were reacting to her Instagram post, were just, I don't think they understood what she was saying. They got hung up on certain things. the images and videos of dead Palestinians, that particular section. She was making a larger point, but they just got stuck on that particular part. Like, you're saying that nobody should have posted those videos. People like, wait, you don't want the truth to get out? And like, they didn't process what the fuck she was saying. Like, they took each individual sentence on its own and just picked it apart and found ways to ascribe bad like malice or whatever. But they didn't understand what all those sentences meant in sequence, how they synthesized into like larger points. And it's all very tribalistic, like she's not in the tribe. She's been excommunicated from the tribe. So they won't even make an effort to understand what she's saying.
Like, have you?
No, this is absolutely absurd. What people have said is, Natalie, you did awkward fence sitting and centrism on an active genocide, and you also couldn't find it in yourself to make a contribution to the discourse for the first 2 years of the bloody fucking onslaught that we all had to watch on Twitter.
There they go. Here they go.
Twitter, your favorite app. Yeah, you didn't tweet, oh, this is horrible. Oh my gosh, thoughts and prayers with Palestine. Ceasefire now. That we didn't see any of that from you. That is the criticism, right? As somebody who wants to act morally superior all the time, for somebody who is so fucking finger waggy by nature.
That's how you know they didn't make any effort to understand her post, because the whole post was explaining kind of like why she didn't use her platform to talk about that issue. That was like the whole post. And then sort of contrasting that decision that she made with everybody else who was just like Israel, Palestine 24/7 all the time. And then it was like the number one issue for 2024. And some guy that's in my mentions a lot these days, this screenwriter by the name of Josh Olson. Josiah made his post about comparing Marjorie Taylor Greene to Liz Cheney, and then I said it was just about Israel. And then this guy, he's in my mentions every day now. It's wild. The algorithm is he just sees every one of my tweets now. He said, "You're almost getting it. If Democrats don't snap out of it and take the lead on that issue, they run serious risk of handing massive wins to people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You want a President Tucker Carlson? Time to start making demands of your cult's leaders." Like, in their mind, this is a very, 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 very online take. The premise here is that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson might become president one day because they're using language that is tough and taking positions that are tougher on Israel. And it's like, dude, how many people do you think are centering Israel Palestine in their political analysis? How many people do you think are going to actually vote in elections because of Israel Palestine? But in their minds, like, it's plausible that Tucker Carlson wins the election because he's tougher on Israel. And it's like, how the fuck?
Yeah, the heat got turned on you because at the most consequential moment politically of the decade, for sure, you were nowhere to be found. You were nowhere to be raising money using your massive platform that you had, millions of subscribers who would have been happy to fund.
Pretty sure she was very much like pro-voting Kamala in the 2024 election.
Raised with you, you weren't anywhere to be found. So yeah, you know what? When you tepidly weighed in way too fucking late and tried to both sides of the problem, you received some pushback from people, but nobody talked.
She did not try to both sides of the problem. What the fuck? Like, I'm not picking my nose. I'm scratching it because it's irritated. I need to put some like lotion on it, I think.
Talked about you like you were not a human being. In fact, people showed you a lot of reverence and a lot of goodwill for a long time. You just squandered it all, and now you're having a little bit of a tantrum.
100%. Yeah, 100%. And lots of people have offered to have conversations with Natalie and engaged with her weird, bad opinions. It's just so dumb to say no one treats me like a human being or some shit. And then, yeah, No one is accusing you of genocide. Like, that's absolutely crazy. You're not Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't think you even could execute a genocide if you wanted to. Obviously.
They're being so pedantic, you guys.
Obviously, you're just a normal person.
Michael Hatchtube with $5 who said, vote. Thank you, buddy.
You don't have like a military to use in order to commit a genocide. So that's just a ridiculous
Jesus Christ.
Man. No one accuses you of fucking genocide.
Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
Either way, she goes on to, this is like a multi-tweet long fucking screed. She says, I do the podcast, lose the debate as usual. At least she has some self-awareness that she
I don't know. This reads to me like false humility. I don't know. I don't think she lost that debate. I don't think any grown-up serious person thinks that she lost that debate, but okay.
Performed horribly. Fine. Brianna is smart, like 10 times smarter than male leftist influencers who get 100 times the recognition she does. Typical. She's personable.
I don't know if I feel that way after watching Brianna Joy Gray. Brianna Joy Gray was like, I was a little shook at how silly her arguments were. I mean, like really, really profoundly silly arguments. Dressed up with esoteric language to make it seem more legitimate superficially, but the actual arguments she was making during that exchange were so bad. They were so bad.
Well, even invites me to hang out later. I think, like a dumbass, maybe this can actually be productive. But then she posts a bunch of stupid dunk clips on Twitter, notably this one where she misrepresents my claim that abandoned Harris protest voters are far left by Democratic Party standards as a claim that not supporting genocide is far left. And this is where I really started to question Natalie's narrative, because if you guys have been following the Bad Faith podcast or Brianna Joy Gray for a while, you will know that she does this with every interview. Like, we've had our disagreements with Brianna in the past. We've talked about it on the show. In fact, I even have some of the same disagreements with Brianna that Natalie Wynn seems to have with Brianna. I just don't think Natalie did a good job of articulating those disagreements.
Hard disagree. Hard disagree on that one. Hard disagree. Contrapoints focuses on video essays. I haven't seen her do a lot of debates, and I was honestly a little bit worried about her in a debate setting because I just haven't seen her do a lot of debates. But I thought she did a fantastic job. I think she got a little exhausted at the end. It was like a 2 hour and 30-minute conversation, but I was struck by how Contrapoints did a good job of not letting Brianna Joy Gray derail the conversation. Like, I thought Contra did a really good job of, like, she would start saying something, making a point. Brianna Joy Gray would cut her off and say like 5 different things at the same time, like basically just like Gish Gallop. And then Contrapoints would do a good job of like not taking the bait on those things and just kind of recenter it back to the point that she was making. That's actually like I think a really important debate skill. I'm not very good at that. Like, I take the bait a lot because I hate bad argument. And so I'm like, oh, what do you mean? And then we'd stop talking about the thing that I want to talk about.
Or responding or, rebutting any of the points Brianna made. She did a piss poor job. But still, that being said, Brianna always does this. Like, Brianna will always take the spiciest part of her conversations, the most intense parts of the debate, and she'll post it on Twitter as a way to get people interested in watching the rest of the conversation. Like that.
That's fine, but it becomes a problem when you deceptively edit a clip to make it seem as though Contrapoint said something that she did not say. That's obviously a problem. Everybody that does content on YouTube understands the game. You have to lean into conflict and controversy in the thumbnail and the title to maximize engagement, especially on that platform. It is just kind of like a part of the game. And I think most people understand that and are okay with it. But if you're just straight up deceptively editing a clip, that is a problem. That is what we would call bad faith.
That's just her MO. It's how she's always rolled. And it almost seems like, what, was Natalie not aware of that? Which is funny because Natalie's been on the Bad Faith podcast before. I'm pretty sure this is her second appearance on the show. But here she is acting just absolutely.
Yeah, Brianna's always bad faith. I mean, why would you be angry about the
blindsided and then like shocked by the fact that the spiciest parts of the discussion got posted on Twitter to promote the full podcast? When again, that's nothing new. That's kind of what Brianna always does.
Do you see what I mean? Like, they're reading her words. They're reading the words that Contrapoints puts in the thread, but they're not processing what she's saying. They're not putting all the sentences together to understand the point that she's making. The whole point of the thread is to point out that the clip was very, very deceptive and misleading. And they're like, I don't know, what's the problem? She, like, what did he just say a moment ago?
Shocked by the fact that the spiciest parts of the discussion got posted on Twitter to promote.
It's not, Contrapoints, her point is not that Brianna used the spiciest points of the conversation. Is that she's lying with the framing. That's the point. And they don't even register what she's saying.
The full podcast, when again, that's nothing new. That's kind of what Brianna always does. And if you take a look at this clip, which we're about to, I don't even think it like misrepresents Natalie's position. I watched the entire fucking discussion between these two, and I actually think this clip is pretty representative of the discussion they had.
That I find entirely believable. I want to find this point in the conversation. And let's try to unpack what we think Natalie's like broader point was. We'll just pick it up from right here.
And the problem, I don't think it's like inevitable, but I think it's a tendency.
It's not necessary. Sure, but we
have to back up maybe a little bit more.
So Bill Clinton wins doing third way triangulation, basically running as a Republican who is from the South and pretends to be a black person because he's,
Okay, at this point in the conversation, Brianna Joy Gray had said that the Democrats have tried centrism throughout the decades, and they keep losing. And then Contrapoints points out, well, actually, they did a lot of winning as well. Like, Bill Clinton kind of positioned himself as aesthetically more centrist. Barack Obama, I would argue, the way that he campaigned, they insist that he was trying to run as like a progressive, but I don't think that. I think he definitely did lean into like appealing to moderates in 2008 and 2012. No, Hillary Clinton lost, obviously, but Biden won. Plus, we can talk about all the like national races that I think are relevant to the discussion. And then Brianna Joy Gray does this thing where she's like, well, they won, but it was only because of like the Republicans, which is like something that they do constantly. Like, oh, they didn't win because of centrism. They didn't win because of moderation. They won because the Republicans were bad and people didn't like the Republicans.
Plays the saxophone or whatever. And that gets interpreted as third way neoliberal triangulation works. And the Democrats have been doing that for the last 40 years.
Didn't it work?
Well, no, because what we just described was that after 8 years of one, we're going to get the other. That the person who there's a kind of incumbency disadvantage when it's one party has been empowered for a long time is blamed for.
And Democrats didn't win because they appealed to the center. They won because, people were pendulum swinging away from Republicans. And so it's just a squirmy argument that she was making.
Everything that's going wrong in the world. And so whoever is on the other side is going to win. Like, we just agreed that that's the case, right? We just agreed that.
I don't know if she agreed to that.
That's a phenomenon. And the problem.
I don't think it's like inevitable, but I think it's a tendency.
It's not necessary. Sure, but we just both agreed, did we not, that that's been the case for basically the last 40 years.
Yeah.
So.
No, I don't see again. I don't think she should have conceded that. But.
That being said, it feels like what it seems like is the same people who elected Bill Clinton are still advising the Democratic Party. You got James Carville still on TV saying the same thing he's been saying since then, no matter how many times he's been proven wrong, no matter how many times Hillary loses Obama and then Hillary loses to...
I think Carville's been right kind of like a decent amount of the time, to be fair.
Donald Trump. Joe Biden, I would argue, narrowly wins in 2020 largely because of COVID and people's lack of faith that Donald Trump can manage this global crisis.
So again, avoiding the analysis that Biden definitely... I mean, Biden explicitly signaled that he was in contrast with Bernie. Like he didn't say it in these kinds of words, but a big part of his pitch during the primaries was like, Bernie's the extreme candidate. I'm the more sensible candidate. I mean, that was, and then he ran giving off like the aesthetic of being a moderate or being a centrist in 2020. And she's saying like, oh, well, that's not why he won. He won because Trump mishandled COVID.
And people feeling really endangered and their health is on the line and they just need someone normal and sensible back in the White House. And then you get a Joe Biden. And then you see how fragile that coalition around Joe Biden was 4 years later. Right?
Yes. Well, but so you seem to think that the solution to this is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
the far left
base. Well,
so she starts making a point that is much, much bigger than Israel Palestine. And then Brianna Joy Gray couldn't help herself. She jumps in and she says, oh, it's far left to oppose genocide.
Is not supporting a genocide as far left?
By Democratic Party standards.
Well,
I mean, I don't even, hold on. What was she? Let's just try to ignore Brianna Joy Gray.
Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
the far left
base. Well, by
is
Democratic
not supporting
Party
a genocide.
She means yes. So she was not specifically talking about genocide. So the clip is a lie. It is a lie. It is a lie. Contrapoints is attacking Brianna Joy Gray's argument. She's like, just watch this again. She's like, she's not referring to genocide here, right?
Like, solution to this is to like
see how fragile that coalition around Joe Biden was 4 years later. Right?
Yes. Well, but so you seem to think that the solution to this is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
the far left
base. Well,
no, the far left broadly, she means the far left by Democratic Party standards.
By
is
Democratic
not supporting
Party
a genocide as far left
by Democratic Party standards.
So she just tries to continue her train of thought, even though Brianna Joy Gray is cutting her off. And now, like, they're dishonestly claiming that she's saying opposing genocide is far left. But that's not, obviously, not what she's saying here. It's just like, yes, this is like, so obviously, this clip is just completely, obviously, bad faith. It's deceptive.
It definitely makes Natalie look bad, but so did the other 2 hours and 30 minutes of the show. Like there's not a lot of good clips of Natalie in that 2.5 hours, which again, I painfully, excruciatingly sat through in order to be able to.
I don't think Contra tripped up on her wording. Contra wasn't applying it to opposing genocide. She was applying it broadly.
Weigh in on this. But this is not like even the worst clip of Natalie. It's just one of the clips that I do believe to be very representative of their conversation.
Yeah, she has a weird victimhood, like a self-victimization complex, right? Because that's
pure projection here.
You mentioned, like, we have, I would say our history.
Like their whole brand is fucking victimization.
Of comforting Brianna Joy Gray is a mixed bag. I also agree with Contrapoints that she's a very smart lady, right? She went to Harvard fucking law school. She's a keen debater. You should really take it seriously if you're going to show up and spend 2 hours debating politics with her, which it doesn't feel like, based off of I didn't watch the whole fucking thing like Gavin did, but based off of the clips that I'd seen, it didn't really feel like Natalie understood that this was going to be a debate, which is strange too, because again, it's not.
I don't think that's true at all. Like, I don't know why they would say that.
Her first rodeo. It's not her first time on the Bad Faith podcast. I think maybe she thought she was going to go in there, succeed because she'd had like some friendly banter behind the scenes with Brianna Joy Gray, and then Brianna was gonna like forget that it was her job to do this podcast. This kind of shit pisses me off because it's like if Gavin and I debate, we'll be like, fuck yeah, that was a great debate. Let's put it on Casa del Vanguard. Be like Vanguard debates. Like that's what happens. Like, you know what? And sometimes I'll look back on it and I'll be like, Gavin kind of bested me in that debate, but that's what the fuck happens, right? Sometimes everybody looks back and they're like, well, fuck, I would have argued that a little bit differently, especially if you do this for a living. You fucking, you know, you dust yourself off, you move on. You certainly don't draw attention to your poor performance by having a tantrum about it on Twitter. So that's the first thing that I noticed that I thought was completely crazy. The other thing about this is the fact that we've talked about in the past that, oh, why doesn't, Contrapoints like go out there and debate more? Why doesn't Contrapoints get
they understand it's just malicious bad faith. I would say that for Brianna Joy Gray and her producer, whoever put that clip up, that was malicious bad faith. I do genuinely think that these two people are not thinkers. I do think for them, it's not an issue of their intent. It's that I genuinely, like, everything they've demonstrated shows me that they're not seriously thinking about these things. I think it's stupidity over malice for these two.
Out there and interact a little bit more. Clearly she's not very good at it, and when you take away all her production value and costuming and her script, there's no real there, and she becomes just like a amorphous liberal talking head, which people,
I doubt either of them have watched like a full-length Contra video in years, and so, you know, they're making these like general claims about the kind of stuff that she's putting out there and the kind of stuff that she's saying. But I don't think they watch her stuff. I think it's just like literally just clips and stuff.
People are so tired of.
Yeah, and not even like a charismatic liberal. That's the other thing. Natalie has like no riz. I'm like, where did it all go? I guess it's just because most of her videos are scripted. But when you just see her talk off the cuff in this sort of like, you know, debate setting, I'm like, you can't. Do you have any convictions? Do you have any confidence in your?
She does. She's a self-described consequentialist. She believes that elections are meaningful events that produce meaningful outcomes, and that people should make a calculation as to like which outcome is going to be better, and it needs to be a coherent calculation. Like it needs to make sense. I think that's like a big part of how she operates.
Beliefs, like you're just kind of like, you know, it's very weird. But let's in case anyone hasn't seen the clip yet, I think you'll know what I'm talking about after you see.
There's even a community note at the bottom.
In your beliefs, like you're just kind of like, you know.
Wait, hold on. We're gonna discover if they're bad faith or stupid. Are they gonna address the community note?
It's very weird. But let's in case anyone hasn't seen the clip yet, I think
it's right there on the screen. This clip is edited misleadingly. Wynn said Democratic Party. Wait, where's the?
Do you have any conviction?
Is that community note still on the post? Okay, it might be bad faith. If they just ignore that, then it might be bad faith. Yes, there it is. Right there. This clip is edited misleadingly. Wynn said by Democratic Party standards about protest voters being far left before Gray mentioned genocide. Wynn clarifies she didn't mean opposing genocide as far left. Okay. Pretty unequivocal, right?
Convictions? Do you have any confidence in your beliefs? Like you're just kind of like, you know, it's very weird. But let's in case anyone hasn't seen the clip yet, I think you'll know what I'm talking about after you see this exchange. Do you want to take a look, Zach?
Mm-hmm. So you seem to think that the solution to this is
they also do this thing between themselves where they're like, do you want to watch? Do you think we should react to this, Zach? Yeah, I think we should. I don't know. You know, it's like, obviously you're here to react to it. Like, what do we, you know, why do they do these weird formalities with each other? Like, Zach, do you think we should watch this? Yeah, let's watch it. Whatever. I'm nitpicking there a little bit.
Is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
The far
voter
left?
base. Well, by
Is not
Democratic Party
supporting a
standards,
genocide as
by
far
Democratic- by Democratic Party standards.
Well,
I
isn't
mean,
that quite the admission?
Well, I'm
isn't
not-
that
I'm not-
quite the admission that we have a far right Democratic
is it?
Party if something like ending a genocide is considered to be far
They're talking past each other here. Like Natalie, I don't think has registered that Brianna Joy Gray is off on a different thread.
left?
Well, I don't think necessarily that particular issue, but so
and even in the clip, she clarifies that that's not what she's talking. Okay, hang on. Maybe they're, you know what? Honestly, maybe they're stupid and bad faith and malicious.
Medicare for all, raising the
suggested
minimum
that-
wage.
I don't know. To be clear, I don't necessarily think any of that is far left, right? But like
it's populist. It's
your
centrist
position seems
politics.
to be, yeah, but your position seems to be that
He's not even listening to the clip. He's looking at his fucking phone, this guy. So is the clip deceptive? Yes. Not only is it deceptive, it's obviously deceptive. Or rather, the framing of the clip is deceptive. Obviously, intentionally deceptive.
that like there's this sort of like available untapped voter base that will manifest if the Democrats run on these issues. But
There
why
will
doesn't
be.
that voter base
Look at Graham Plattner in Maine. Like, where else in the country? Or James Tallarico in Texas, Natalie. Right? We're not talking about California. I'm not talking about Washington State. I'm not talking about Portland, Oregon.
Tallarico is going to fail their purity test. That guy's not going to survive their purity test. He's for a public option, not Medicare for all. That alone is enough to tank him for people like the Vanguard. I don't know what his position on Israel-Palestine is, but
What are we talking about? We're talking about Maine, one of the, I would say, last purple states, bending probably red, a populous state.
What? Maine? Am I crazy? Is Maine considered a purple state or a red state? It's like pretty decently blue, right? Am I crazy? We're talking about a primary. Maine is not purple. I'm just going to see what. Maine is best described as a purple state. It leans Democratic overall, but has genuinely mixed political profile. Party registration is closely split. About 33.7% Democratic, 29.8% Republican, 36.4% independent. Well, that doesn't mean much if most of the independents are Democratic Party leaning. Copilot, I question your logic there. I'm going to ask Claudie Boy what it thinks. I mean, I think it has a red governor. Obviously, Susan Collins is. So I don't. So like, but purple. Like, when was the last time Maine went for a red candidate for president? When was the last time Maine went red in a presidential election? Mills is the governor. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of a different state. Whoops. The last time Maine went red statewide was 1988. Okay.
If ever there was one, Graham Plattner.
Why are they calling it a red state? Maine is generally considered light blue or lean blue, not a true swing state, but not as deeply Democratic as its New England neighbors like Massachusetts or Vermont. The case for calling it purple is that Maine is seen as a swing state. What? Wait, what? What the fuck is all right? No more AI. With unusually high support for independent candidates, and the governorship has been won by Democrats, independents, and Republicans in roughly equal measure. well, at the state level, I guess is what they're saying there. But usually when someone says swing state, I feel like that's usually restricted for presidents, right? The second congressional district, which covers most of the state's land area and is heavy rural, has voted for Trump in the last 3 presidential elections. And Republican Paul LePage has held the governorship from 2011 to 2019. The case for blue, it has voted Democratic in every presidential election since 1992. Both U.S. Senate seats are held by non-Republicans. Wait, what? Okay, pack it in. Pack it in, guys. It's busted. Both U.S. Senate seats are held by non-Republicans, and then it puts in parentheses, Susan Collins, a moderate Republican. I think Claude's logic is it thinks that moderate Republican is not the same as Republican, and therefore you can say non-Republican. That's the first like genuinely obvious hallucination I've seen for this model.
What are we talking about? We're talking about Maine. One of the
I think it is interesting that both Copilot and Claude struggle with like these kinds of labels. I think that's interesting.
Right, we're not talking about California. I'm not talking about Washington State. I'm not talking about Portland, Oregon. What are we talking about? We're talking about Maine, one of the I would say last purple states, bending probably red.
I just, how could you justify such a claim? What are you talking about?
Populous state, if ever there was one. Graham Plattner going up 40 points on the sitting governor. Natalie, think about that. 40 points on the sitting governor who got in the race because they wanted to squash him. Didn't work out, did it? James Tallarico.
Is that because Maine is super like far lefty, or is that because there's a populist wave going on and Plattner is anti-establishment? They're ascribing like ideology for the reason that Plattner had such a like dominant performance in those primaries, but don't know if it's ideological. That seems a bit dodgy. Original heirloom with $5. Them seeing primary wins as the end state victory is very telling. They don't have a conception of what happens afterwards. Yeah, they are kind of putting the cart before the horse here. I mean, we still have to actually have a general. He hasn't beaten Susan Collins yet. I don't know if I would take that victory lap just yet.
7 or 8 points up on the Republican candidate in a Senate race in Texas.
Bro, Susan Collins was down, I think, double digits in 2020, the last time she defended her seat. Like the polls, I think, had her down double digits. And she beat the polls and won. Like that was a shocking race at the time.
Are you kidding me, bro? That's what happens when you give people an actual opportunity to vote for something that they believe in, that they think will impact their life. So yes, there are these invisible, as you call them, primary voters, which will just manifest themselves when you actually give them something to show up for. They've done it time and time again. They just rarely have the opportunity to.
Yeah. To manifest in the primaries.
Because their candidates usually do worse in primaries, which is kind of making Contrapoints' point.
I guess is my question.
Well, you refuse to acknowledge the riggedness of the primaries.
Yeah.
You refuse to. So I don't know what to tell you.
That the primaries are rigged, but I just
it's not my position. It's the people who rigged the primaries position. They were openly admitting it at this point, Natalie.
I feel the argument that the primaries are.
Yeah, like multiple people had to resign from the DNC because of that. Like, what do you think?
Not because they admitted to rigging the primaries, but whatever.
They just resigned over nothing. Like, no, it was obviously fucking rigged, specifically in 2016. I do think it's fair to say, like, oh, Obama calling all the other candidates and telling them to drop out. Like, that is a little bit different than straight up rigging. But in 2016, I can't think of a better word to use than rig. Like, if that's not rigging a fucking election, then what the fuck does rigging an election look like? You know what I mean? It obviously was rigged. It was 100% rigged against Bernie.
Donna Brazile resigned over it, right?
Obviously.
Yeah, Donna Brazile. I think Debbie Wasserman Schultz had to resign too, as like the head of the DNC or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Donna Brazile had to resign because she was discovered to have passed 2 town hall messages to Clinton campaign before, But they were the most obvious questions ever about drinking water in Flint, Michigan, and the fucking death penalty. Like, what an insanely stupid thing to do. First of all, it's just wildly unethical. But second of all, why would you leak those two questions? Do you seriously think that Hillary Clinton had not prepared for a question about drinking water when the town hall was in Flint, Michigan? Do you seriously think that Hillary Clinton has not prepared 1,000 times for questions about the death penalty? It was just so stupid. And then, so she gets fired. Then she writes a book about like the DNC, and she does like a book tour. And then when she's on the book tour, she basically says like, oh yeah, no, we rigged it against Bernie. Then she walks that back after her book tour and said, well, it wasn't quite rigging. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean like rigging. And then now she's like a Fox News contributor. Like that person is like an absolute clown. But her resigning from the DNC was not evidence that they rigged it against Bernie. And then Debbie Wasserman Schultz resigned because she was the DNC chair, and technically in their charter, like the DNC adopted a charter of rules, and in those rules it was mandated neutrality in the capacity of like being a part of the DNC. Like if you were working at the DNC, doing work as a DNC person, like you were supposed to be like neutral. And obviously the emails showed a lack of neutrality. We've already dove into that particular topic like 1,000 times, so we don't need to do that. But neither of those resignations were an admission that the fucking primaries were literally rigged against Bernie. It's just not how this works.
So that's two people that admitted culpability to whatever extent. And the other thing I'll bring up is,
to whatever extent, I think is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Look up the Shadow app in Iowa in 2020 if you want to believe.
The Shadow app. The fucking Shadow app, you guys. The fucking Shadow app. Oh my God, I remember that one so vividly. For those of you not in the know, Pete Buttigieg ended up winning, I think, the Iowa caucuses, which I think was the first primary contest in 2020. And I think what ended up happening is he lost the popular vote in the state, but because of the way they award delegates in the state, Pete ended up securing slightly more delegates, so he ended up winning the state. And there was a company that developed some software, some app that they used in the state to report the results. And there were some problems with the app, but you can't just change the numbers in the app and then that's going to be like the result. You know, the caucuses are done in public. There are witnesses. It's done with witnesses all around them. So it was literally just a reporting error that I think was resolved like the next day. But then people like Hassan Piker, he was heavily pushing a conspiracy theory that Pete Buttigieg had friends that were ex-CIA. And so the conspiracy theory was that they deliberately fucked up this app to... And here's where the rest of the conspiracy theory just falls apart. Because it was always going to be corrected. Like there was no universe in which like the reporting errors weren't going to be corrected. And so then it's like, well, then, okay, so then what is this conspiracy theory? Like, so wait, why did they do this? Like, what is the point of this? Like, how did it benefit like Pete or something? It was so stupid. It was so fucking stupid. It was the stupidest fucking thing ever. The most ridiculous conspiracy theory ever. Like, what is the point? And so, like, when I pressed Hassan, like, we debated about it on stream. I was pressing him on this on stream. There's a video, I think, still on the internet. And he was like, okay, the point would be to stall Bernie's momentum, to get the narrative out there that Pete did much, much better than he actually did. And then by the time they correct it, nobody will know about the correction. It's just like, this is so fucking stupid.
That nobody tried to put so that's two people that admitted culpability to whatever extent. And the other thing I'll bring up is look up the shadow app in Iowa in 2020 if you want to believe that nobody tried to put their thumb on the scale. They were trying to hand it to Pete. They were trying to hand it to Pete early on. So there was rigging in that.
So stupid. So fucking stupid.
Primary with that stupid fucking shadow app. I'll always remember that. But you're right to say that the real
fucking morons, man,
that happened in South Carolina was the result of Barack Obama using his legal political sway. But still, it was bullshit.
Yeah, and again, just like for someone who is so concerned about Trump being,
were the Iowa caucuses rigged? Debating Hutch. This video, I can't believe this video. Bro, we're probably both gonna sound so different here. The shadow app here, right here.
I think
state that's
I think any other candidate.
I
know, but I think any other candidate that got this, like that got this much open disdain, any other candidate that was this openly railed against by mainstream media and also by institutions of power that are supposed to at least create the aesthetics of a fair and free process here would get round the clock media coverage. Would get round the clock criticism from the media. I mean, one of the easiest examples is like the shadow application. People that founded it were openly against Bernie Sanders. They've been logged in media for being openly against Bernie Sanders. Not only that, but also like the shadow application follows 79 accounts on Twitter. It's a relatively new.
So just like he kept on saying the word shadow, like because it sounds nefarious, like shadow app. You don't think the shadow application? You don't think there was fuckery with the shadow app? Pete's CIA friends.
One of the accounts that they were following openly. Remember, this is supposed to be the application that is calculating the votes. Okay, reporting the votes back to the DNC. This application.
Huge shocker. People who develop a fucking application have their own political leanings. Like, who gives a fuck?
Website.
It's just such a stupid conspiracy.
This application's Twitter account was following the Democratic Majority for Israel, which is the first super PAC that started creating anti-Bernie ads. I think that's significant. That's a significant conflict of interest. I think that Pete Buttigieg's campaign advisor being married to the person who owns the application is a significant conflict of interest. I think Pete Buttigieg and Joe Biden and numerous other moderate campaigners using Shadow and paying that vendor for other SMS management.
It is like, it's funny how he has like Alex Jones memes popping up on his screen, but he's just so obviously in Alex Jones territory. I will say, guys, this conversation specifically was a kind of a turning point for me in my politics, and I'm not even kidding. Before this, I was firmly in the tribe, like I got along well with like the serfs. I was like friendly with Mike from PA, like friendly-ish with like denims back then. I was like so just like in the tribe and just was like, and then this happened and I saw all the conspiracy theories about like this particular thing happen. And that was really like the first kernel of doubt that I had about this movement. I was like, wait a second. I was like, hang on a minute. There's something fishy about this. Like, if there's so many people in this movement that are willing to go along with idiotic conspiracy theories, like one that is so self-evidently stupid, like, wait a second. That was like, I'm not even kidding. Like, a big turning point for me was like this specific conversation. And then more broadly, like the primaries, watching how the primaries unfolded and how people reacted to that. And I was like, wait a second, there seems to be some rot at the core of like this movement. I'd started, and then it took me like, and then it was like the Biden presidency, like watching how they were reacting to the Biden presidency, where I was like, okay, wait a second, these guys are pretty bad. These guys are in a way like just as bad as MAGA with the kind of commentary they give. But this right here, literally this conversation with Hassan was the starting point of me losing my faith in the progressive online movement. Much as lying Bernie won Iowa, he won the popular vote. So like more people in Iowa voted for Bernie than Pete in that caucus that happened in 2020. But Pete ended up with more delegates from the state of Iowa. So it's just a fact that Pete won the state of Iowa. I mean, you can have issues with the process or whatever, but the process is the process. So
contracts, that's not necessarily as big as a conflict of interest, as more that is just that's regular corruption and you know, the anti-meritocratic ways that politics operates in this country.
Hassan's been doing the patented Gish Gallop strat for fucking 6 years. I forgot. He's fucking fully Gish Galloping here.
It's normal for everyone to go for Hillary consultants. That's just the way it does. But do you agree with all the things that I just said so far? Like, it is a conflict of interest.
Sure.
Right?
The appearance of a conflict of interest or a conflict of interest itself is something that I do think needs to be addressed within the entire body of the DNC. They clearly haven't learned like all the lessons that they should have learned, but there's a paper trail, and it doesn't matter that the shadow app whatever follows 79 people on Twitter, and maybe it's like
but what do you think if it wasn't for independent reporting?
But there's a it doesn't matter. There's a paper trail. Like, there was going to be independent reporting regardless. That's not going to go away.
I agree. I said this before too. I said that a caucus is impossible to rig. A caucus is the worst thing that you could try to rig. And this is the only...
So then what the fuck is the point of... It's so stupid.
Way, if you were to like try to rig a caucus, or if you would try to deflate, for example, the results of a caucus by maybe making it seem like it's illegitimate, this is the only way you could do it potentially. And I think that is the part where they don't put their finger on the they don't put their thumb on the dial and just kind of pull back. And when, for example, one of the most important fail safes, which was direct call, like the call center,
just so
getting manual reporting from precincts, not working at the time. That I think, knowing full well that Bernie Sanders was leading up to the night in the DMR poll that they literally did not even release because of Pete Buttigieg, remember, and everyone's starting to talk about.
Boy, does he Gish Gallop, like, holy fucking shit.
How like Bernie Sanders was going to surge in Iowa, I think was the reason why they were like, it's fine if we just like don't do our due diligence here. And I think that they literally exploded the Iowa caucus on purpose. And destroyed the Iowa caucus exclusively because they thought this would be the perfect way to at least try to tamper the Bernie momentum that he would get from Iowa.
There's no actual evidence of that being the case, and them doing that defies all logic. That doesn't make any sense that they would do that.
What that they would do? What?
That they would literally try to torpedo the rollout of the results in Iowa so that it would benefit Pete Buttigieg. I think it's
not Pete Buttigieg. It would. It's not about benefiting one person or another. It's about diminishing the importance of the Iowa caucus.
That's so stupid. What a convoluted, pointless conspiracy theory.
Diminishing the legitimacy of the Iowa caucus and diminishing the importance of the Iowa caucus by being negligent to the point of almost criminality. Being negligent to the point where it's like, it doesn't really matter.
What crime do you think was committed? I mean, negligence, yeah. But
I mean, well, we just talked about voter fraud, didn't we? Like, literally.
What? Excuse me?
Putting criminal negligence in this circumstance is adding Deval Patrick. Like,
when I tell you that this exchange and the Iowa caucuses, and like even the old school Twitch people you'll remember, like, I had a sizable portion of my own audience that began to start revolting against me because of the 2020 primaries. And it all kind of kicked off like here. Like, I shit you not, I can't even tell you how much of a turning point this was. There was a revolt, bro. There was like a revolt in my audience. Because when Pete and Amy dropped out and endorsed Biden, I just accepted it right away. I was just like, yeah, okay. All right, fine. Biden's the guy. And then, you know, there was all this like rehashed accusations of fuckery. So even though 2020 like didn't have the same kind of perceived fuckery as 2016, people were still like pissed at me in my own audience because I didn't even hesitate to get behind Biden as the nominee. And it was like a whole thing. It was like a whole thing in my community.
Delegate numbers in counties where where Bernie Sanders is supposed to have those delegate numbers. That's criminal negligence. That's literally criminal negligence.
Okay, is if it was done deliberately, but is it not completely conceivable that these workers, staff members, people that are tallying these votes, people that have been tallying these votes for 2 days now are just fucking tired and it's chaotic over there and there was human error involved? That
Certainly.
That seems way more plausible than this shadowy app company deliberately trying to torpedo this whole process as a way to hurt Bernie Sanders. You also have to consider
negligence doesn't have to be deliberate, by the way, just for the record.
Sure. I'm not denying that there was negligence and really poor performances by the Iowa caucus people or whatever. I'm not trying to discount the mistakes that were made over there in terms of the decision process or the decision-making process. None of that. But what I'm just trying to do is try to get you to see that there are way more plausible explanations.
Anyways, we should go back and watch. There's some interesting moments in that debate too. It would be so interesting to go back and listen to that debate now. Because there's chapters here. I'm not saying we'll do it like now or anytime soon, but we talk about Noam Chomsky, Pete Buttigieg, Nate Silver, Bernie, Democrats, torture, Hillary versus Trump, Bernie versus Trump, Elizabeth Warren, offering people access wedge issues, Iran, AOC. It would be fun to revisit this debate through a 2026 lens just to see how poorly it has aged over time. Original heirloom. Did I get you for the $5? Them seeing primary. Yeah, I think I already got you for that. All right.
President, as Natalie is, and by the way, so are we. You think you'd be more upset about that? Like, you think you'd be more upset about the fact that the Democratic Party basically allowed.
If you want to claim Debbie Washman Schultz tried cheating in the 2016 primary, absolutely, I agree with that. But that doesn't mean equal the Vanguard Breonna Joy Gray claim that the DNC rigged the primary. I wouldn't even say that Debbie Wasserman Schultz tried cheating in the 2016 primary. Like, I wouldn't even say that. I don't even know what that means.
Allowed Trump to win. Like, you know what I'm saying? By destroying the chance of the movement that could actually defeat Trump, by rigging the process in the primary against the voters who wanted to vote for someone who could actually beat Donald Trump. Like, you think you'd be more angry at the Democratic? Where is your anger?
Well, she rejects the premise, so there, you know, that explains that.
Towards the Democratic Party. Why are you not upset about that? It's just weird to see. But yeah, let's watch the rest of this.
Rigged isn't like, I feel like the evidence does not rise to the level where I feel like rigged is an appropriate description for what happened.
Well, how would you like? I frankly, I use the phrase finger on the scale when I first brought this up in our conversation. Yeah. Oh, so you know, I don't need to use the term. I mean, if that is just a semantic issue, then we don't have to use that word.
Like, okay, so like again, to go back to 2020, like, okay, so there's a sort of minor conspiracy of like of center left candidates dropping out so that Joe Biden.
Am I missing something? Wasn't she the one who leaked the questions? No, that was Donna Brazile. Donna Brazile definitely tried to cheat, but in the stupidest way possible by leaking 2 questions that, like, any reasonable person would have just assumed that Hillary had already done extensive preparation for both of them. It was so stupid. It was so dumb. And the Clinton campaign did not ask her to send them questions. Like, she just did that. She just did that all on her own.
And gets all of the voters available to that. That strategy simply would not work if the more progressive candidate, Bernie Sanders, had if there were just simply more voters for the progressive candidate than there were for the center left.
Why are you laughing? I don't understand. What is this chuckle? Just listen to her speak. Just listen. She's not speaking gibberish here. She's like saying something that's fairly easy to wrap your head around.
If the more progressive candidate, Bernie Sanders, had, if there were just simply more voters for the progressive candidate than there were for the center left candidate.
And again, of course, she doesn't even focus on 2016, the one that was obviously fucking rigged. Again, by
wait, didn't she? Wasn't? Hold on.
Like, okay, so like again.
Oh, go back to 2020.
2020, progressive candidate than there were for the center left candidate.
And again, of course, she doesn't even focus on 2016, the one that was obviously fucking rigged. Again, by 2020, they had gotten rid of the super delegates. There was less like explicit.
No, they didn't. These guys don't even know what they're talking about. Like they did some reforms around superdelegates. Like I don't think the superdelegates were allowed to announce in advance that they were pledging their delegates. I think that was like a really big change that they made.
The rigging going on, but why are you going to address 2016? Why are you going to go to 2020? That's not even, more people say 2016 was rigged than 2020.
I think they did briefly touch on 2016, but
yeah, and I think that also you have to consider the fact that there was a pandemic on the horizon. You know, all of these kinds of things were going down at the tail end of that primary that made the coalescing around Joe Biden more palatable in a way that I don't think it would be in 2026.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, Natalie's a really like poor debater.
These fucking guys.
And she's put on the spot. She seems like she kind of like freezes up and like doesn't really know what she's saying. She's just like saying words, like just like kind of rattling off like pro DNC liberal cliches to like try to get out of this situation or something. And it sounds like she thinks she's way more like profound and intelligent than she actually is. Like someone said that she kind of has a similar cadence to like Elon Musk, and it's kind of true. It's kind of true. It's almost insufferable. It's almost unbearable to listen to hear her talk in this setting.
I think I think that's true. She does have a similar cadence. She'll do like a similar kind of stammer every once in a while, and she'll take long pauses or whatever. But that's like a very superficial comparison, because when you listen to her words, like she can actually string together coherent ideas, and you know, she's saying like the substance of what she says is obviously very, very different from Elon. That North, thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. It's boring as fuck, but the Elon Musk thing is dead to rights. That's
Right.
so funny.
Candidate, but that turned out not to be the case.
Yeah, I think, there's a few things that happen. As you are aware, many fewer people vote in primaries than in general elections, and it tends to be more plugged
This was the dumbest fucking point in that entire debate, I think.
in conventional media, mainstream media, watching folks who are tuned into their MSNBC every day. And exactly the people who are getting the overwhelming message that someone like Bernie Sanders is not electable, which we know not to be true.
But this,
in terms of the head-to-head polls
this
with
is
Trump.
a problem that ought to be solvable by generating energy to vote for more progressive candidates in primaries,
Okay,
right?
now we're talking about the same thing.
If it's like Kamala Harris's fault that she lost in 2024, then isn't it also kind of Bernie Sanders' fault that he lost in 2020?
Of course. Like, of course. Yes, of course.
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, by failing to generate the energy or to
Well, yes, but here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Campaign in South Carolina or whatever we think.
And it's also funny because she acts like, oh, when it comes to progressives and lefties, like Bernie is above criticism. We can't ever criticize Bernie's strategy. But actually, people, specifically Brianna, have. They spent a lot of time doing postmortems on what went wrong and how even though it was rigged, here's what Bernie could have done better. Right?
What is it? What would it? I just. If it was rigged, then I don't know. Whatever. This is so stupid.
Right, specifically in 2020 when Bernie wouldn't shut the fuck up about his good friend Biden and stuff, like people gave Bernie hell for that. Again, specifically Brianna. So that assessment actually was done. We were honest and we were able to sit down and assess the pros and the cons and the faults and the failures of the movement and of the campaign. That absolutely did happen.
I want to see a video of them breaking that down, because I think I pressed them on this. I think I pressed them on Bernie, didn't I? Yeah, right.
But I think that
transcript, Control F. 2016. Nope. Bernie. Maybe we didn't talk about that. I guess we didn't talk about that.
Because the condition that Bernie had to meet to win.
The problem of how to overcome the media, and I don't want to overstate, I really want to say like $70 million worth of earned media that came out of Biden's South Carolina win. Like Bernie out fundraised everybody in the race, but there's only so much you can do about the entire media infrastructure, hailing Joe Biden as the king of the blacks and the ultimate winner of the election after winning one southern state that's a red state that actually has no bearing on the outcome of the general election, right?
And honestly, I thought that Brianna did a really good job in that exchange, right? But I don't think it was bad faith at all.
Yeah. And
well, of course you don't think that.
There's like a community note in here which says the clip is edited misleadingly. Wynn says by Democratic Party standards about protest voters being far left before Gray mentioned genocide.
They're like, fuck. It's possible that this didn't get added until after they were ready to record this video. It's possible that they didn't even notice the note, but it's like, fuck, we've already recorded 16 minutes. Like, we can't let that go to waste. So how are they going to squirm out of this?
Wynn clarifies she doesn't mean so I don't really understand this, Twitter note or what are these called?
Okay. All right. I think we have our answer. I think they're stupid. I think that's what this is. I think they're stupid. What do you mean you don't understand that? How's this a complex? I take him at his word that he doesn't understand it. And I'm not even saying that he's like cognitively impaired. I think that his intense cognitive bias makes it impossible for him to process those words in sequence. Yeah, Brendan, yeah. It just doesn't click. Like their brain can't, because they're already like all in on their narrative. And so if they back away now, it's like, well, what the fuck was the last 16 minutes about in this video?
These fucking fact checks or whatever. Like, I think I don't think it's edited misleadingly. It's not like they edited it.
You just say you don't even understand what they mean.
It's not like Brianna edited it out of place or like put something in a different part of the conversation before it happened. Like, it's really not a misleading edit, in my opinion.
Okay. These guys are dumb. These guys are pretty dumb.
Not only that, what they quote her saying is featured in this clip.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's
bro, just reread the community note as many times as it needs. Or as many times as you need to. Well, those are her words. Like, do you understand the concept of context, my good sir?
It's crazy. No, what they're basically arguing about and what this additional context intentionally leaves out, for whatever reason, they've decided to really simp for.
Is it really misleadingly edited, though? You acknowledged earlier that there's context within the clip for what Contra is saying. I take your point. So it's presented in a bad faith way. The headline that they went with is what is bad faith. It's a deceptive use of her language rather than it being a deceptive edit. They're kind of closely related, but sure.
Natalie, but if you scroll back up to like the actual caption, right? It says it's not supporting a genocide, far left. She says by Democratic Party standards. Well, isn't that quite the admission if something like any
you fucking moron. I swear. Read the community note, bro. This is not Latin.
Then they go on to have that conversation and flesh it out. Like nothing is misquoted in that headline.
Yeah. And again, if
you fucking absolute morons. Someone needs to take their internet access away. They shouldn't be allowed to, listen, everybody has rights. This is America.
If you watch the whole debate, this is what they're talking about before this exchange occurs. Like, they are talking about the genocide.
No, they're talking about the party. They're talking about the entire party, bro.
In that context. So I don't really understand the community note. Honestly, it feels kind of unfair and unnecessary. And by the way,
oh my God, these guys, they're genuine simpletons, you know.
Fuck community notes in general. I think community notes are stupid as fuck.
There it is.
It just feels like. Well, actually,
now I wonder if I go to their channel, am I going to find any videos about community notes? Maybe not. Community note. No, I don't say anything about that. Okay. Michael Hatchtube with $5. Use of transcript plus Control F is legit. One of my green flags for any streamer. It's just the bare minimum to do the work, you know. Ace with $5. From now on, we will call the Vanguard guys either Dollar Store, Wayne's World, or Beavis and Butthead dumb leftoid. I think Beavis and Butthead is good.
You know, like some guy that's like raising his hand. Well, actually, no, you need to add this context. It's like, well, it's a fucking tweet. You know, it's not. She didn't write a book on the subject. It's a fucking tweet. You'll never.
I don't. What the fuck is this logic? Who can be expected to give proper context to things? You know, it's Twitter. You only have 280 characters. You know, like who has the time to get context right? You know,
certain amount of characters. Either way, that's besides the point. But yeah, I just don't think this is a stupid dunk clip as Natalie frames it. I'm like, again,
it's obviously meant to be a dunk clip. Yes.
As someone who watched the exchange, who watched the whole conversation, I think this part of the exchange is actually pretty representative of the disagreement they had and that they talked about on the show. I just don't see how it's a dunk clip. Like it's really not. You just did a bad job defending your side of this argument, and now you're upset at yourself because you know this clip got posted that makes you look terrible, which again is your own fault. Those are your words. All she just post a clip of you talking in a debate that you agreed to participate in, and she always posts clips. And again, I don't even love defending Brianna Joy Gray because I think Brianna Joy Gray does do some pretty stupid, clownish shit. Like for example, she just had Jimmy Dore on. I wish she'd asked as many tough questions of Jimmy Dore as she did of Natalie. Don't get me wrong, but that doesn't change the fact that this is some weird cope. And it totally comes off like whining to me because you know you lost a debate and you regret agreeing to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You're mad that Brianna didn't selectively make you look good when you agreed to go on her podcast and debate her.
No. It's not it's not about that. It's just she doesn't like dishonest framing, which is just a very, you know, normal. I assume most people, if they go on a podcast, they would prefer if the podcast host and their production team don't be deceptive about the things that they say. And that's what this is. It's intentional deception. Like it's just, there's no other way to read it because it's so clear when you watch the clip that she's not saying that. War Master Irony with $5. Hey Hutch, I was curious about how to call in and talk to you about your Supreme Court opinions. If you're not doing call-ins today, no problem. We're not doing call-ins today, but I do have a Discord that you can join. We'll probably take some call-ins tomorrow. So if you have time tomorrow, I'll be live in the morning into the afternoon. And you can press me on some of my Supreme Court takes.
Upset that she was like, hey, I think this part makes you look kind of bad and it makes me look kind of good. Well, isn't that exactly what you hope for when you debate someone? Like, hey, here's me excelling in what I'm doing on my podcast. Well, I am debating this person. Here's a sample of it, right? That's what you have to be prepared for, right? If I got a call out of the fucking blue and it was like, hey, Zach and Gavin, do you want to go on Tim Pool's show just for sake of fucking argument, right? And we go on Tim Pool's show and we do a horrible fucking job, right? Which would never happen because Tim Pool has, 2 IQ points and Gavin and I have a couple hundred to spare. But let's just say, in Crazy Town world, we lose an argument, a game of wiffle ball with Tim Pool, right?
You guys, I got invited to Neera Tanden reached out to me and invited me to a thing in DC that I can't go to because it's just like short notice, but what is happening? What is chat? What is happening? What is happening? Why is a former Biden administration member, of a former Biden administration official, like Neera Tanden has been extremely active in Democratic Party politics for decades, as far as I'm aware. She might have been a part of Obama's administration as well. Reached out and invited me to like this conference in DC. Fushi Shuts with $5. Where's Virgil, Texas, Brianna? Does she still have Virgil as the banner? That's the wildest thing to me. Bro, I don't... How is this... What? How do we explain this? Is it she's afraid of a Streisand effect? Where if she takes him out of the banner, it'll just call more attention to it, so... Now she's just committed to having this guy in the... So this guy, Virgil, Texas, I think, was involved in a scandal where, correct me if I'm wrong, was he not like sexting with a minor or something like that? I'm not sure. It was like something along those lines. But that was like 4 years ago. He was kicked off the pod like 4 fucking years ago. Maybe 5 years ago, but he's been on the banner the whole time. He hasn't been a part of the show in like years. He's still on the fucking banner. It's just, I don't know how to explain that.
Would it be fair of us to come out here and piss and moan and be like, oh, well, I didn't know he wanted to talk to us about how cool the Republicans were and how cringe the Democrats. Like, obviously, that's what he's going to want to fucking talk about. He's going to give you an example that suits his argument, and you're going to have to refute it. That's what happens when you go in the lion's den. Right? He's going to cut a clip to be like, look at these crazy snowflake guys. Like, wow, look at these male feminists, whatever the fuck he tries to brand us on. It's actually remarkably inoffensive the way that Brianna branded this. So for Natalie to be like, the stupid dunk clip, it's just like cope. It's just insane tantrum throwing. It's petulance because you did poorly and you want to make it somebody else's fault instead of your own.
100%. 100%.
All right, I think we got the gist of that. Hassan did another Dwight Schrute speech at a campaign rally wearing his Mao outfit. I will never not think that his like Mao suit that he wears, like, it's so funny to me every fucking time. It's so fucking funny. It's just like, to me it's just like it's just the perfect, when we say the word LARP, like this is it. This is that in its most pure essence of the term LARP, is giving a Dwight Schrute speech dressed like Chairman Mao. It's so, like, everyone else is wearing like normal clothes, you know. This is kind of colorful, kind of like this. Everyone else, you know, like a striped shirt, like regular shirt, sweatshirt, t-shirts. He's up there dressed up like Chairman fucking Mao Zedong.
Incredible former congresspersons like Jamal Bowman, but it's always an incredible honor.
One-term congressman, not many of those. Not many of those. Usually you get more than one term. He's in the same group as Cameron, what's his name? Who's the guy in the wheelchair? Who's that? What's that fucking kid's name again? He just got married recently. Is his name Cameron? Who's the conservative Republican kid in the fucking wheelchair who told moms to teach their kids to be monsters? Madison Cawthorn, that's what it was. Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of people that did not want me to be here today. The local San Francisco Democratic Party.
pretty sure this guy's getting kind of blown the fuck out, right? I could be wrong. The former like AOC staffer, right? That's the guy is he running for mayor in San Francisco?
Numerous astroturf organizations that put flyers all around San Francisco. But they didn't even do the right thing and hire an artist. They had to use AI art.
Come on now, that's cheap crowd work. AI, right? Come on, man, this is cheap. All he knows is cheap applause lines. That's it. This is some low-hanging, going to San Francisco and being like, how about that AI? Fucking sucks, am I right? Boo. He's running in the June 2nd top 2 primary for California's 11th congressional district. They're running for Pelosi seat in Congress is what it is. Most recent poll was April 28th to May 3rd. 819 likely voters. 40% of respondents said they plan to vote for or lean towards Scott Wiener. Chakrabarti and Connie Chan are in a statistical tie for distant second, with 18% and 17% respectively. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy is getting really blown the fuck out in this primary race.
And guess what? Not a single person showed up to protest. There's a lesson there in that story. Because the reality is, they can have the moneyed interest, but we have the people.
If this doesn't make you giggle and chuckle a little bit, I don't know what does. This is just do you guys find this as funny as I do? This is just comedy, man.
There's a reason why they're not only coming after me, but they're coming after all of these wonderful candidates.
He's about to do the Trump thing. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm standing in the way. He's about to do the Trump thing.
That are putting the working class first in their message, in their platforms, in their policies, because they're terrified.
He kind of got there, but that's the framing, right? Yeah.
They're terrified of the fight. They don't want to have that fight. And I'm not just talking about the Republicans either. We know that the Republican Party is a reactionary scourge in this country. We know they're racist. We know they're warmongers. But we say no more to the Democratic collaborators too. And that's precisely the reason why you have bipartisan congresspersons coming out together with Mike Lawler in New York, alongside Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey.
He just looks so out of his comfort zone, which on the one hand, like I do, on one hand, I do kind of respect that. I think it does kind of take a little bit of, to put yourself out there and step outside your comfort zone in this kind of way, I think is, that's impressive that people will do that. But it's just such an interesting juxtaposition because he's so like one way on his stream. And just like Captain Confident, raspy voice, like vocal fry, like kind of bro kind of thing. And then he's up here dressed up like fucking Mao Zedong, nervously giving a speech and channeling his inner Dwight Schrute. It's just so funny.
Because they put Israel's interest first above your interest. Rallies.
watch the trailer from the movie The Trotsky for a one-to-one example of Hassan in these settings. Well, that's what I always think about. Like when I see him doing this kind of stuff, like dressed in this ridiculous outfit and presenting the way that he does. I always remember that he legitimately idealizes like Lenin's movement and what they did with propaganda. Like he genuinely like idolizes Vladimir Lenin. And so, you know, like when you think about it just, you know, I imagine his ego is like kind of out of control probably right now. And he probably thinks of himself as like the second coming of Lenin. You know what I mean? He just like, he leaves these events and he's all jacked up on adrenaline and fucking whatever. And just in his mind, just compare, you know what I mean? Like I just, what was the movie called? The Trotsky? Fucking nailed it up there. What's it called? The Trotsky? It's not SF Mayer. It's not SF Mayer. He is going for Nancy Pelosi's seat in Congress. What's the name of the movie again? Now I can't find the comment. Somebody said look up the something about Trotsky. The trailer for Trotsky something. What was it? Oh, The Trotsky. Trailer number 1, comedy movie. Is it this one?
We need these jobs. We need a union.
Leon, lunch.
It's a hunger strike, Ma.
You don't want a nosh?
Meet Leon Bronstein.
Dad, where's our union representative?
He's planning for the future, but he's inspired by the past.
Because I am the reincarnation of Leon Trotsky.
Oh my God. Bro, how am I just now being made aware of this?
Leon Trotsky, Russian revolutionary leader, 1879 to 1940. He was murdered with an ice pick?
What?
Technically, it was an ice axe, but okay.
You recognize this, don't you? My Life by Leon Trotsky? This coming fall, you, Leon, just like this, Leon, will be going to public school.
You'll find this is not like most public schools. I'm here to discipline the students.
See you in detention. Detention.
What sort of legislative powers do you guys have?
Dad?
Do you guys want to form a real union?
Why do you think high school should be unionized?
The teachers have a union. I think we deserve the same.
You're getting pretty famous.
Okay, I think we got the gist of it. I see what you mean.
I feel the power in this room, the labor power, the people power.
Gotham belongs to you, the people. We need to punish the lavish wealthy and their decadent lifestyles. He's like Bane at the end of Dark Knight Rises.
Every single one of you is what is responsible for the productive output of this country. It's not the corporations, it's not the military-industrial complex, it's you, the people, who have been shafted every single time.
We need a bingo card. That's what we need. A bingo card of leftist buzzwords. Manufacturing consent, material conditions, and so on and so forth. The people. Maybe that one.
We now have an opportunity for the first time in a long time. We tried in 2016 with Bernie Sanders and also in 2020 as well. We tried to elect progressive congresspersons here and there. But through the people-powered movement, through the Democratic Socialists of America as well, the Working Families Party, and all of these other door knockers, we were able to elect a socialist mayor in the heart of capital.
In the heart of capital, in the heart of empire. It's so fucking amazing.
San Francisco, you deserve better. Yes. that will put your interests first, and Shoikat Chakrabarti will be the person who will fight for you.
It's like the blank stare. Like as soon as he hits his like big line, he's gonna do the thing. And he's just got this like blank like watch
that will put your interests first, and Shoikat Chakrabarti will be the person who will fight for you.
And then it's just like 1,000-yard stare. He's just like all jacked up on adrenaline. Knock with 16 months. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well as well, buddy.
And I feel like, at least with these candidates that I've been working with all around the country, they've made my job a lot easier as well. This is one of the things I told Zoran in the beginning. I was like, look, you win.
He's going to frame it as though finally everybody else is catching up with me in my tireless activism. That's what this, it's like a very self-serving line that he's going to go. That's what I could be wrong. I think that's where he's going with this. He likes to bust this out now. I feel a lot less lonely. But the rhetoric is it's very much like egocentric. The rhetoric is very much like, finally everyone else is joining me in my noble struggle.
And I feel like, at least with these candidates that I've been working with all around the country, they've made my job a lot easier as well. This is one of the things I told Zoran in the beginning. I was like, look, you win, and it's going to be much easier for me. I can just point to your success and say, just do that.
Wait for it. It's coming. Maybe I'm wrong.
Turns out, we can let 1,000 Zorans bloom.
I should have gone with that one. Yeah, okay. All right.
It's just like New York City. Just like New York City. San Francisco is also another heart of capital. But capital has no value without labor.
I mean, all criticisms of Hassan aside, it's very clear he loves himself. He spends half his streams reading comments, either hating or glazing him. Listen, I'm not going to judge anyone for getting stun locked by chat. I'm not that guy. Yeah, the people, yes. You let 1,000 Zoran Mamdani's bloom in the heart of the imperial core. In the heart of capital.
Every single one of you experiences economic struggles, rent.
Every single one of you experiences economic hardships. You know, it's very
unaffordable. People get priced out of housing, and the only solution that mayors like Daniel Lurie and numerous other unbelievably wealthy people, or those who are servile to the interests of corporations and the wealthy, they say the only solution to this is end.
Our enemies are servile to the interests of capital. You know.
This militarism in the form of expansive police budgets. We say no more. Your salary raises come at the cost of inflation. You get a little bit more year over year if you're fortunate, but then inflation eats it away, or your landlord takes it from you. Your bosses steal all of your productive output. We say no more. And not only that, but then you pay your taxes with the expectation that you can live in a safe and clean city where living is affordable, where the cost of living is manageable, where you have adequate public transit. And yet, that never comes.
In San Francisco? Am I crazy? Aren't like San Francisco and Chicago considered two of the best cities in the entire country for public transit? San Francisco's public transit is crazy. There's a fucking bus on every street that comes every fucking like 7 minutes. There's no reason to own a car in San Francisco. You can get fucking everywhere in SF. But they're being actively defunded. Is San Francisco still considered a good city as far as public transportation goes? In what position is he to make any promises like these? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he's running. Maybe this is a part of this guy's platform. I don't know. San Francisco, I think, probably has like the best transit in the world. The Bay Area, especially San Francisco, is frequently listed as one of the best and most expensive metropolitan areas in the United States for public transportation. A 2011 Brookings study ranked SF Metro 16th and San Jose Metro 2nd on transit coverage to job access. These are pretty old studies here, to be honest with you. If you're moving to SF or evaluating it today, the system is still genuinely good and probably the best in California for getting around without a car. If you're asking whether it will still be good in 2027, that depends on a single ballot measure 6 months from now. The infrastructure isn't going away, but frequency, hours, and coverage could shrink significantly, which is what actually determines whether transit is useful day to day. Gotcha.
Why? Because they take that money from you.
No, Gordon, it did say that here. Hang on. So in February 2026, the BART board approved an alternative services plan to solve $376 million deficit. If no new funds materialize, the plan includes service cuts, station closures, fare increases, a 40% reduction in system support services, and laying off 1,200 employees, representing 63% reduction in train hours. Well, that would obviously be like an enormous hit.
And they spend it on blowing up schools overseas.
Well, now we're conflating state taxes with federal taxes. Like, I don't think your state taxes are going towards blowing up people in different countries.
Where the cost of living is manageable, where you have adequate public transit, and yet that never comes. Why? Because they take that money from you and they spend it on blowing up schools overseas.
Well, he's going for Congress, so I guess that's fair. But
they say we never have money for healthcare. They say we never have money for free education. They say we never have money to fix the potholes.
It's just, I find it, tell me if you guys agree, but I find it odd, or rather, I find it, I'll use a bullshit word and say interesting, that they accuse Democrats, they constantly accuse Democrats of running on Trump bad and not giving an affirmative vision for what they think like government should be. And yet, whenever you hear these kinds of speeches, it's like 95% of the time them talking about things that they think are bad. So it's not Trump bad, it's more like the system bad. But what you don't hear in these kinds of speeches is a coherently communicated like plan to actually achieve the kind of policies that they want. There's none of that. It's just like lofty idealistic rhetoric with no substance, and then just throwing out these like shallow talking points about like, you know, they're spending your money on bombs when they should be spending it on schools. But you know, it's just like a very kind of empty rhetoric, you know?
Or improve the infrastructure in the wealthiest nation on earth, where 600,000 people
more just like system bad, right? Like
sleep outside every single night. We say no more. The Democratic Party in San Francisco put out a bill to not only condemn me, but to also condemn the term change the party. I see a lot of people in this room that want to change the party today. Change is not easy, and it
I mean, I agree with that. That's like the first honest thing he said in a while. Jugrunner with $5. Hassan is so lame. Instead of campaigning IRL alongside your co-host, he should instead sit inside all day and complain about other streamers. Yes. Wait, whoa, hang on. Wait a second. I see what you did there. The fuck? The U.S. has a moderate homelessness rate by raw numbers compared to other developed nations, but uniquely high unsheltered homelessness rate. And cross-country comparisons are notoriously slippery because every country defines homelessness differently.
doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time to get there. But we all have to fight to make that change. We have to fight to make sure that we elect responsive politicians who...
To be fair, I have said in recent weeks with 100% sincerity that I respect the fact that he's going out there and putting himself out there and getting involved politically, electorally, in a much more direct way during this cycle. That's me unironically giving him flowers. Like, I genuinely respect that. It's just funny content. We get to, we get these 10-minute speeches of him in San Francisco dressed up like Mao Zedong in an outfit that's like clearly too big for him. Sounding like Dwight Schrute. So it's incredible content at the same time. Zagruby, thank you so much for 8 months. Appreciate it.
Who will serve our interests rather than the interests of corporations. We will fight, we'll door knock, we'll phone bank, and we won't stop after our politicians are elected. We will make sure we hold them accountable too. And I promise you.
As long as they're Democrats, to be fair. The Democrats, we will protest outside their offices. We will, stage demonstrations out to just to fuck with them. That whole thing.
I believe in Shoika. That's why I'm here. If he doesn't follow through on his promises, I'll be knocking on his door. But I don't think I'm going to need to do that. And that's precisely the reason why not only the Republicans, but some of these do-nothing Democrats have been actively fighting back to make...
What did Jamal Bowman do in Congress? Like, what did he actually do? Or Cory Bush? Well, what did they actually do? I don't know if they did anything.
Make sure this necessary change within...
Besides pulling a fire alarm, yeah, and voting against the infrastructure bill. Yeah.
The party doesn't happen. Fuck that. Democrats have been actively fighting back to make sure this necessary change within the party doesn't happen. Fuck that. Fuck that. So we have a goal. We have to vote them out. So when I say Shoika Chakrabarti, I want you to say change the party. Shoika Chakrabarti. Change the party. Shoika Chakrabarti. Change the party. Shoika Chakrabarti. Change the party. All right, it's a great honor to be here tonight, everybody. You've been wonderful. And it's a great honor to introduce to you Shoika.
All right. Got the gist of that. And then I wanted to also watch. We started watching the Contrapoints conversation with Stacey K.
Assassination and.
But they were kind of like joking around in the beginning. They did eventually start talking about like serious things.
Isn't it funny how right wingers do both things with January 6th, where both it was an FBI op, like the.
Michael Hatch2 with $5. My cool Hash2 with $5 says, that one didn't make sense to me.
The liberals infiltrated and tricked everybody into whatever.
We'll save the Laksha Josiah video for tomorrow. Let's watch that one tomorrow.
And also, everybody there was heroes at the same.
Yeah. I mean, I literally saw the QAnon shaman.
Yeah.
In an interview, like saying.
Did you see the Channel 5 interview
exactly
with that guy? Yeah.
I think,
it's fucking scary.
He's talking about how this whole thing was like a staged, like inside job planned by Nancy Pelosi, and it's like you were there.
And then at the end of the podcast, he's like, "I can't wait to get out and do it again." Is basically what he said.
Yeah.
And like at the beginning of the interview, like the first 20 minutes, he just seems kind of like a normal guy. But by the end of the interview, I'm like, throw away the key with this guy, lock him up forever. He should never be allowed out in public society. You know.
I do not have a very optimistic view of like the rehabilitation of January 6thers now.
You don't think so?
Well, I'm sure some I assume are good people, but you know.
There's that one lady who was like, didn't want to be pardoned or whatever.
Yeah.
Because she was like, I tried to overthrow the government. I was wrong.
I can respect that.
That was the one person
Yeah,
that
I can
did
respect that.
Did you see Tim Heidecker was getting canceled for turning in that dude? He didn't turn him in. He just tweeted there was a picture of the guy and he was just like, yeah, that's, what's his name? It's I can't remember his name, but he plays the white gay cop on Arrested Development.
I think I'm going to go shoot my firearm today. I think I'm going to go to the range today. My aim's getting pretty good, I have to say, guys. My aim is getting, like, pretty good. I'm starting to understand. It's starting to make sense.
Development. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that show?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, he's a white gay cop in it, and
I'm old. Remember?
And then he went to January 6th.
Yeah.
You don't remember that?
No, I do remember it. I said I'm old.
And
that's
also,
why that's why I have seen it.
He was in Bob's Burgers. He was Jimmy Pesto, the voice of Jimmy Pesto, until he got kicked off.
Jimmy Pesto.
January 6th.
Was a J6er?
Yeah.
Damn.
He was. Now he's a different voice actor.
Disappointing.
For me, January 6th was the most significant political event of my life.
Yeah.
Like for me.
Yeah.
How old is Stacey K? I think she's 25, maybe? Born in 1994? Quick math. Wait, is she 32? No. Oh, well, apparently there's a singer, Stacey K. There's like a musical artist. I think Stacey, I don't think Stacey's 32. I could be wrong.
It was worse than 9/11. Like, for what it did to the fabric of our, 9/11, a lot of people died. But everyone was like, that's bad, you know? Everybody was like, we shouldn't fly airplanes into...
Everyone?
Okay, all right. Most people.
I don't think Osama bin Laden thought September 11th was bad. I feel like this is a risky proposition to go down this train of thought, but ultimately I think it's accurate. The significance of January 6th and what it represented, I think, was worse for the fabric of the country than 9/11. 9/11, I think, was significantly bad in terms of like the consequences for different reasons. You know, it's like it directly led to the war in Iraq, or maybe W would have found some other justification without September 11th. But, you know, like, so obviously all of that was like catastrophically bad. The massive expansion of the surveillance apparatus was very bad, obviously. But January 6th was like the calls coming from inside the house, you know, and a significant percentage of the country just didn't really think much of it. I mean, that's almost worse than the event itself, you know, the fact that, I don't know, 60, 70 million people, tens of millions of people in the country just didn't really think January 6th was that bad, or don't just like, otherwise just like don't appreciate how bad it was. And the fact that Donald Trump got reelected after January 6th, I mean, that is very blackpilling. Very blackpilling. Some people think it was funny, you know? Some people think January 6th was fucking funny.
Not everybody on Twitch.
America deserved 9/11.
Oh, that's what. Okay, I should have picked up on that.
Dude, fuck it. I'm saying it.
I mean, even at the time, like Noam Chomsky, I think had a kind of like America has brought this on ourselves take.
Was that before or after he was on Epstein's island, do you think?
I think probably a little bit before. I think that's been a more recent development.
So first he said no, 9/11 was good, and then he went
to
Chomsky pointed out, because I was reading Chomsky literally at that time, and like what he was saying about September 11th. Chomsky was pointing out that bin Laden himself called attention to 3 specific grievances as justification for September 11th. Can you guys guess what they were? I'll bet you can guess what one of them is for sure. Not a rhetorical question. There you go. Boom. So first of all, United States support of Israel. Second of all, the United States having a military presence, like military bases in the Middle East, specifically in Saudi Arabia, which was the site of the holiest site for Muslims in Mecca, and the continuous bombing campaign of Iraq that had gone on throughout the 90s. Like there was Desert Storm 1, and then what followed during the Clinton years was there was continuous bombing in Iraq that happened. And so like those were the 3 things that he pointed to. But also, you know, like Noam Chomsky left out the fact that also bin Laden was just, you know, it's not entirely incorrect. Like the meme of George W. Bush is like, they just hate us because of our freedom. Well, it was a little bit more complicated than that, but that was a part of it actually. Yeah, literally, like unironically, it was like, you know, the Jews control the culture in America, and they've made it so that they're too tolerant of homosexuals. So like that was a part of it too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think that's the timeline.
That's praxis right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, like 9/11, we were all like, that's horrible. How could anyone do this? We need to rally around the flag. And, you know, we invaded Iraq, and that was a big mistake. We messed that up. But like as a country, we weren't like trying to overthrow shit. We agreed generally.
Well, because like reality had not fractured yet.
Yeah. And now is it that? You think it's social media difference? Imagine social media.
That's a big part of it.
Well,
Twitter and TikTok.
I mean, there wasn't social media. There were like blogs and stuff, so you can actually go back and read like forums.
There was a lot of conspiracy stuff online in the post September 11th, like, you know, years that followed.
Yeah, like only
you can
nerds
go back and read like
back then.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And
as
now it's
mainstream,
like broken containment, and all of the regular people can just read the crazy stuff.
But I have seen some people do like studies of like forums discussions about 9/11 on 9/11, and it is interesting like how much like conspiracy theories were already there like the day of.
Yeah, people did have crazy conspiracy theories about 9/11. I remember like the day of, and how much people were like trying to like, because they thought it was going to be an orchestrated thing across the whole country. They didn't know what to do. And their imaginations went crazy. And the fact that nothing bad happened to America really after that kind of surprised a lot of people. And we thought we were going to the Middle East to stop more 9/11s. We thought, like, that's what a lot of the...
I think people emotionally at least had that impression, yes.
That was the whole...
it wasn't even really just emotionally. I mean, I think it was like 75% of the country or thereabouts thought that Saddam Hussein had some role in September 11th, which I don't think that the administration was explicitly pushing that, but they were sort of dog whistling to that. And that was more like the Fox News and like the conservative media pushing that angle. Like maybe they coordinated with the administration there. I don't know.
Backdrop to the war is we thought we had to do this or 9/11 would happen again.
I lived in the DC area growing up, and so I remember like after 9/11, there was the anthrax attack. And then there was the DC sniper. This is completely unrelated.
I remember.
Right?
We canceled our trip to Williamsburg because of the DC sniper, which is probably an overreaction. We don't think he was probably going to be going to Williamsburg.
Everyone in the area completely lost their mind over the DC sniper. Like, people were canceling, like, camping trips because, like, what if he's out there?
It's so crazy.
Like,
how many people did he get?
I don't know, actually. I think
It wasn't
less
more than 10, was it?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
less than 10.
Okay, next question. What is your plan to end the war in Iran?
So we construct like a big wooden horse and put it on Karg Island. We fill it with oil, take it back home, and then we use that oil to suppress the price of gasoline until we can cancel the elections.
Oh, you want like Trump to be like, hey, we got this thing of oil and now the war's over?
It's still more of a coherent plan than it seems like
That is
the
better.
White House
That
actually
is
has.
better
Yeah.
than everything I've heard from the Trump administration for sure.
I mean, I think their plan seems to be to just like wait it out and hope for the best.
Hope Iran gets bored.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Can you believe we did that shit?
I mean, I can.
Yeah, I can.
It's crazy.
Yeah, very easily, actually. Yeah.
Like from an objective standpoint, from like 15 years ago, you know, if you
Yeah, it would
knew
be-
that
it would
we
be
were
hard to
just going
imagine.
to assassinate
Yeah.
the head of Iran, and just keep bombing, and that there's no plan.
That we're going to take their oil.
We're just and
then not take the oil. That strait has been closed for like almost 2 months.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see.
Do you think that Kamala would have also bombed Iran?
You know, I really don't. I don't think she would have. I don't think that she would have.
Why do you think she said she wanted a more lethal military? You shit-lib piece of shit.
Kidnapped the president of Venezuela in the middle of the night. I don't think that she would have tweeted a whole civilization is going to die tonight.
So it's the mean tweets you're worried about then.
Well, that one I think is a little concerning. Just
Open
from
calls. I
open
think
calls
that
for-
that tweet itself
yeah.
is a war crime.
I think it is, yeah. I think Kamala Harris would not have done that, no. I don't think she would do any of that.
But people would be eating brunch, and that's worse.
If you think about it, it might be, yeah. Because my mom goes to brunch.
Right.
And, you know.
You still have a mom?
I do, actually,
Good
yeah.
for you.
Yeah.
Nux. All right. I do have more serious questions we'll get to later. But I want to find out more about what you do when you're not being Contrapoints. I asked the question about eating breakfast this morning, but what did you do this week?
Well, I play the piano.
What are you working on in piano?
All right, we're going to skip ahead just a little bit here to the section where it says, I don't want to go to leftist church.
It's a question. Why do people hate you so much on the internet? I don't understand it.
They really hate her. They really hate her. They really hate. I think they hate like anyone that they perceive to be like defectors. You know, like Destiny was like super libbed out, super progressive. You know, like champion in 2015 and 16, 17 and all that, and then he started to kind of question the leftist orthodoxy and and then that turned into a whole thing. Contrapoints was considered to be a part of like the leftist kind of bread tube moment or movement, and she started to draw some critiques of like the online left, and I'm not obviously anywhere close to their level, but I think that's a part of like why some people get like as vitriolic as they do in my mentions, is because similar kind of a thing. Like anyone who like defects, it's like a cardinal sin.
How bad were your previous videos?
Well, the thing about people hate everyone on the internet a little bit, but they do. I do think I've always attracted like a very devoted hate following. People who are new to this probably also don't know how old this is, like, because it goes back to like 2017. Like, is when I feel like I've been like the arch villain of like leftist Twitter for like
You're the reason Trump got elected.
Close to a decade.
And kind of me and her like same page a little. It kind of makes sense that it started in 2017, because I think she's been pretty consistent in this kind of way, which is like following the election of Donald Trump, she was frustrated with people that she perceived to have helped him win. How can you consider yourself to be on the left, but you like helped Donald Trump win an election? Like that was like a difficult thing to understand.
I feel like people don't realize how old this feud is.
And it's so funny because they'll post stuff like canceling you.
Yeah.
And like usually for this level of hate, it's like actual court proceedings for rape stuff,
right.
You know? Like Chris D'Elia or stuff like that. And stuff they show about you is just like the most milk toast lib shit possible. And it's like, what is provoking this insane hatred?
It's such an obnoxious thing to be like, it's trans misogyny. That's why I'm despised. But like, there's a little bit of that, right? Like it's a multiplier.
I don't ever use the word trans misogyny because it's too long.
It is too long. I agree. It sucks. Bad word. But I also think that it's like, there's like an element of like apostasy. You know what I mean? Because I'm not just a lib. I'm like a lib who like...
You're a traitor.
Yeah.
Because you're a trans person, you should be on the front lines of the revolution.
Right, exactly.
You should be at leftist.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Leading the charge.
And like, I think I kind of talk like a leftist still. Like, you can't unread theory. As much as I wish you could.
You like stare at it and it just warps your whole mind.
Yeah.
That's why I've stayed away. I just listen to theory from my podcast listening friends.
But yeah, I mean, it used to be that's smart, by the way. Don't start. So it's like, I mean, it's like Bible study for leftists, right? That's what theory is.
Dude, that's the thing. Whenever people are telling me about joining leftist organizations and stuff, everything sounds like church.
It's so true.
It has a religious quality to it for sure. Very, very, very similar to religion.
We're talking about
like
churches. They do mutual aid.
Yeah.
They do direct action.
Yeah.
They do.
Lol, this stream totally isn't Bible study for libs. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Do you think I'm ideologically rigid? I don't think so. I don't think so.
I can't remember all the phrases, but it's just they.
My stream chat is culty. Are you kidding me? They fucking literally emotionally abuse me. Like, I genuinely need therapy sometimes to fucking unpack shit that my chat says to me every fucking day.
They have a different word for it, but they have the same mentality for how to handle things. And I came from a very hardcore right-wing church. So, like, even though, like, I agree with all these leftist stuff, I don't want to be...
Only people who disagree with me are religious. Now, I don't think you understand what I was saying. Like, the religious component to leftists who subscribe to, like, Marxist theory comes from the rigidity of it. They're inflexible. It's dogmatic. It's rigid. There are, believers and non-believers, and the non-believers are villainized. Has a very different quality than the kind of politics that I advocate for, which is not dogmatic at all. It's like the opposite of dogmatic.
Be in the group because the groups scare me.
I feel the exact same way. I'm just not a church person.
Right.
Right. I'm not going to go to any kind of church.
Yeah. You had a tweet that was like, I'm not going to go to this church.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine that they do.
I think it's cool too.
I don't want to do Marxist.
I don't want to be there.
Marxist Bible study. I don't want to do their little mission trips to Cuba or whatever. Like, I think it's fine. I just don't want to do it.
And this goes into my next question. What's your favorite war crime of Hillary Clinton's?
Oh God, it's just so hard to pick one.
There's kind of two ways I can answer that question. I mean, one favorite war crime I have is frazzle drip.
What's frazzle drip?
So this is the allegation, which was put in front of Hillary Clinton by Lauren Boebert at her.
Say it, Boebert.
Frazzle drip? What are we talking about?
That's how I always said it. Boebert. I don't know. I'm not
I think it's Boebert.
I'm not worried about not microaggressing Lauren Boebert. But like she brought this up at
Lauren Boebert.
Boebert, yeah. Boebert brought this up. Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle Lauren Boebert.
At Hillary Clinton's like testimony in front of Congress. And the allegation is this: that on Anthony Weiner's laptop, there is a video file depicting Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin cutting the face off of a little girl.
Like, this is like some True Detective season 1 type shit.
And then wearing the little girl's face as a mask as they drink those little girls' adrenochrome-rich blood and perform sadistic sex acts.
That sounds like something that definitely happens.
Yeah, very, very, very real stuff.
Didn't they get Anthony Weiner's laptop?
Yeah.
But they didn't.
Well, the rumor is that even the hardened FBI agents unalived themselves because of how disturbing it was.
And then what happened to the laptop? Did they make sure to delete it and wipe the hard drive before they killed themselves?
I guess it was like the public couldn't see it because we'd all be in the hospital or whatever.
That's insane.
I love that one. So I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of that particular piece of witchcraft.
That's a pretty good work.
The second one is Hillary Care.
Hillary Care?
Hillary Care from 1993, a war crime against neoliberalism. So
it was like,
I feel like people don't realize.
Hillary was, and this was considered, I think, like pretty groundbreaking. Obviously we've had first ladies in the past that were very involved in politics, very involved in their husbands' administrations. But Hillary, I think, was put directly in charge of trying to figure out a way to get single payer done. That was the whole thing, and just couldn't get the support for it.
Realize that like Hillary Clinton was like one of the first like major figures in the Democratic Party to like advocate universal health care.
I grew up in Arkansas, right?
Yeah.
And they hated Hillary so much because she was a fucking communist. Yes, they were saying she was a communist. She wanted to like do the healthcare thing.
Yeah,
she wanted to do the child care thing. And they thought that she was like trying to destroy the nuclear family.
Yeah.
And they hated that she wore pantsuits. Right?
Yes.
And now it's so weird that people are talking about her like she's a Republican when like the total opposite. Like this was the most leftist girl possible at the time, you know?
Well, this kind of the smear campaign basically started in the early 90s. I mean, she'd always antagonized the like religious right by being like an ambitious woman. And then the Hillary Care stuff, you know, it was like around this time that like Rush Limbaugh started develop this like obsession with like Hillary as like the main villain of conservatism.
I was young. I didn't really understand the politics of it, but the way Rush...
It got weird. I mean, that's when they started with the Clinton kill list. That started in the 90s, I think, with like AM talk radio for conservatives. And basically, just anytime anyone who was even loosely affiliated with the Clintons died, which when you think about it, that's going to be a lot of people. It's the president of the fucking United States of America and the first lady. Like any time, like the second cousin of this guy that was in the administration, or, you know, the head of the FBI from this year to that year, but like anytime somebody died that had any like connection to the Clintons through 1 or 2 or even 3 degrees, they would be added to the Clinton kill list. And so like by the time we got to 2016, there were like 90 names, and it was like being passed around on Facebook memes during the 2016 election. Have you seen the Clinton kill list of all these people who suspiciously died?
Limbaugh talked.
Yes.
He was so angry and just like yelling and just like, he was like the original Twitch streamer. I feel like just raging into the microphone all the time. And it would like put my dad in a bad mood.
Yeah.
And I'd get in the car, drive home with him from work or something. And I would just like want to turn it off. Cause can we listen to music? Can we listen to something else? I hate listening to this guy. I actually like Sean Hannity a lot better than Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh had like the voice of evil. It was crazy.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. And I think about Rush Limbaugh a lot when I look at the state of like podcasting and streaming, where there's like a certain genre of live streamer who is just angry. That's what they do. They react to things angrily in a way that some audiences, I mean, I think it's usually a male audience, right? That gets like, they seem to enjoy this like,
they want to be
like
mad.
libidinal, like rage.
Libidinal rage. Man, I wish I sounded smart and said words like libidinal rage
generation, and they like compulsively need to like tune into this to like shape their emotions into this like particular type of anger.
I know. It was Rush Limbaugh people.
Yeah.
Back, it was all a male heavy audience. Everyone I knew, the wives were like, I don't like
Yeah,
Rush Limbaugh.
no,
The dudes would
no
listen
woman
to
has
it
ever liked
on
Rush
their way
Limbaugh.
there,
Yeah.
work and everything like that. Okay, on to my next
Well, because also he was like a virulent misogynist.
question. Do you think that looks maxing is gender affirming care?
Kind of. I mean, it's like spiritually transsexual.
Are you supposed to use that word?
Which word? Transsexual or spiritual? I don't know. I'm not worried about it. Like I said, I think that like
clavicular is spiritually transsexual. She says.
What is more transsexual than like hitting yourself in the face with a hammer? Right? Like the combination of like masochism and narcissism is so beautifully transgender.
And he injected shit into his balls too, right? Clavicular.
Did he?
I think so. That's what I'm hearing.
Wow.
I am not going to do any research into this at all.
Yeah.
But I've heard that from certain people who won't stop talking about clavicular. And every time they send me something, I'm like, dude.
That kid, man. Fucking that kid. Pretty sure he's on the spectrum, right? I'm kind of fascinated by clavicular. I don't know if I'm saying that name correctly. I think he's kind of fascinating. Isn't he just like such a pure product of the times that we live in, you know? Like he is satisfying a market demand in a way that I think is like very defining for this generation, you know? Isn't he just like the purest distillation of like of where American culture is at, you know?
Stop talking to me about clavicular, but they keep doing it.
Have you seen that video of him where he looks like he's like about to overdose on meth and he's like shaking this girl?
Is he not like always about to overdose on meth?
Well, I think he probably is. Yeah. But in this video, I mean, he's like, you know, he's moving like someone who's, I mean, he looks like Hitler at the Nuremberg rallies, you know, that much on meth.
You're talking about that one video
I think it was the Olympics. I think it was the Olympics, not the Nuremberg rally.
Yeah,
yeah.
Where he was just, whoa, this guy was zooted.
Yeah.
Did you see Pete Hegseth at the
his jaw
last night?
was
His
like
jaw was
crazy.
Just going nuts.
Yeah.
What do you think he was on?
I mean, that looks like a classic cocaine. But also like, where are they getting this cocaine? That's what I want to know.
It's Washington, D.C. I'm sure there's no fucking shortage of massive amounts of cocaine.
We need some protocol for at the top of our military.
I know.
Let's do drug testing for the top.
Yeah.
All right. Like on a regular basis.
Like literally every day. Yeah.
Why not? We collect their pee anyway. Let's run it through a scanner and make sure they're not fucking high all the time. Because I feel like that's important if you're going to be in charge of the department.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Anyways, all right. Okay, we're going to do a segment here. We're going to rattle through a bunch of topics. Okay. You are known for making very in-depth videos on philosophical topics, but some viewers think your videos are too long. For those with short attention spans, I want you to sum up the following terms.
She comes out with like Martin Scorsese's The Irishman level of videos. Like I'm pretty sure a number of her videos are like 3.5 hours long. Am I making that up? Maybe I'm embellishing a little bit. Hour and a half, 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 52 minutes, 2 hours, 1 hour, 1 hour 45. Okay, all right. So like 2.5 hours is like the near the cap there. Dr. Imposter, thank you so much for the gifted sub on Twitch, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that.
In less than 10 seconds. You ready?
All right. Do my best.
Identity.
Well, that's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
Beauty.
Beauty is the answer to everything.
Okay, woman.
The origin of all things.
Okay, cringe.
Well, cringe is a thing that cowards believe in to justify not living their true lives.
How about getting jiggy with it?
I'm disappointed that you would ask me this question. I would like to use my entire 10 seconds to let the disappointment just kind of wash over you.
Okay. You have nothing else to say about getting jiggy with it?
I no.
Being problematic.
Well, that's what the haters, it's a slur, really. Problematic. It's a slur designed to silence people who are expressing themselves.
Power.
A very Nietzschean concept. Aristocratic.
All right, so this was supposed to be for viewers with short attention span.
Okay.
They don't know what Nietzschean means.
Okay, it's like, it's chat.
The Ubermensch. Come on, beyond good and evil? No?
Bad.
Okay, clout.
Well, it's like power plus beauty. It's like...
A strong man has no time for cultural norms or, like normative ethics. Okay, the strong man does what he must.
It's like indirect power.
Soft power.
Soft power. Yeah, that is clout.
Gender.
Well, it's just like people want to put people in boxes and labels and I'm sorry. Start over. Gender. I'm just not feeling this under this one.
Yeah,
Gender.
I don't like gender either.
I don't like it.
We should abolish it.
Yeah, abolish it.
Delusion.
Delusion is what sustains me.
You're not beating the vampire allegations.
Well, do vampires have delusions?
Yes. Because they can't see themselves in the mirror, so they're like, I must be really hot,
Doesn't
right?
that make us more honest?
Us? Okay. All right. Okay, next, shame.
Well, that's just the water that I swim in. I mean, it's just so constant that I just don't even notice it anymore.
You're like a fish.
Yeah,
surrounded
a fish surrounded in an ocean of shame.
You breathe
Yeah, I breathe
shame.
it through my gills.
Hassan derangement syndrome.
I love how comfortable everyone is becoming, just openly declaring that everyone who disagrees with them suffers from some kind of like bespoke mental illness.
So you reject the two-party system.
I do. Hassan has not
In
earned...
this, I'm voting for Jill Stein.
Hassan has not earned my vote.
Okay, posting through it.
Well, that's the real cope. But it also sustains me. And it's how I deal with the shame.
Very relatable.
Does food sustain you, or is it just these things? Are you an energy vampire like
yeah, for sure.
Colin Robertson?
Completely 100% energy.
Do you just go to
Colin Robinson?
Like like neighborhood meetings and just like soak up the cringe?
Well, I try to contain it online so that I don't.
Have you guys seen the compilation videos of Nandor? His like funny pronunciation of words. I don't know, like he just, if you guys have never seen the What We Do in the Shadows TV show, I just feel like you're really missing out. It's like genuinely like one of the funniest shows ever. In New York City. Like I don't know, like it's just so random. Just at some point he just started like adding a ton of mustard to random words. And then it became like a running gag for the entire show. He would just like randomly say words in the stupidest way.
Being very careful not to stand out. Good evening. Go back to your own country. What the fuck did you just say? Listen, I don't know about you, but I'm very much in the mood for some sexual intercourse.
Simon's HQ is this fantastic nightclub called the Sassy Cat Club in Manhattan.
It's just... And they never really like explain it, and they just treat it like it's completely normal. And it's just
What the fuck have you got in your hand? Put that down. That's a wooden stake, you dickhead. Look at the pictures on the glass. It's the Jeepers man.
Told you so.
You fucking didn't.
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna get DMCA there. That's you need to watch that show. Download Hulu, subscribe to Hulu, and or do whatever you do to watch things. And check out What We Do in the Shadows, because it is so fucking funny. All right, guys, we're gonna call it there. I'm gonna go take a walk, get some food in me, and I'm gonna go shoot my fucking firearms. I'm gonna use my red dot scope that I put on my gun. I put a red dot scope on my 44 Magnum revolver. I'm gonna go take that for a spin. I will see you guys tomorrow, the regular time. Tomorrow's guest for Live and Learn is the one and only Ryan Getty. That will happen at the normal time at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. And tomorrow's stream will begin at the new normal time of closer to 7:30 or 8 a.m. So I will see you guys. That's West Coast time. I will see you guys in the morning. Bye-bye. I love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.